Tonight, my sleep buddies, Happy New Year. We turn inward now, toward the quiet space where the mind loosens its grip and stories begin to form on their own. For centuries, humans have tried to understand dreams and at times gently influence them, learning how awareness, ritual, and repetition shaped the sleeping mind. If you enjoy these slow journeys through history and the human experience, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim those lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and allow the night to settle in. You're lying on packed earth in what will someday be called France, but right now has no name at all. The year is approximately 28,000 BCE, and above you, smoke from the fire drifts toward a ceiling of rock that your people have painted with running animals. Outside this cave, winter has locked the world in ice, but here the fire keeps you warm enough to drift towards sleep. Your body knows this transition intimately. Your breathing slows, the rhythm changing from the quick, shallow pattern of activity to something deeper and more regular. Your muscles release their daytime tension one group at a time. First your jaw, then your shoulders, then your hands that have been gripping tools all day. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the flickering firelight becomes less distinct, blurring into warm orange smears against your closed eyes. And then, without fanfare or ceremony, without even noticing the precise moment of transition, you find yourself running alongside the painted animals. They've leaped from the stone walls into a grassy plain that exists nowhere on Earth. The grass is impossibly green, greener than anything you've seen in this ice-locked world, and it brushes against your legs as you run. The deer beside you, the one painted in red ochre on the cave wall, turns its head to look at you with eyes that seem to hold more intelligence than any animal should possess. You don't question this. The boundary between waking and sleeping feels less like a wall and more like a curtain that shifts in an unfelt breeze. You move between states without noticing the movement, without marking the transition as something worthy of examination. During the day, you hunt and gather and maintain the fire. During the night, you run with painted animals and visit the spirits of your ancestors and see things that haven't happened yet but might. These seem like equally real aspects of existence. The red deer is trying to tell you something. It uses no words. Your language is still young, consisting of a few hundred sounds that convey immediate concrete meanings, but somehow you understand. The herd has moved to the valley beyond the ridge, where a fallen tree creates shelter from the wind. There's good grazing there, protected by the tree and the curve of the land. You should hunt there when morning comes. When you wake, slowly surfacing through layers of consciousness like rising through water, you'll tell the elders about this vision. They'll nod seriously, their weathered faces showing no surprise, because to them dreams aren't random firings of a resting brain, a concept that won't be articulated for another 30,000 years. Dreams are messages, warnings, and visits from the world that exists beneath the world, the place where the spirits of animals live when they're not wearing their physical bodies. No one in your community has a word for subconscious, or REM, sleep or memory consolidation. They simply know that sleep opens doors. The funny thing is, you're not entirely wrong. In a way that neuroscientists 30 millennia from now will struggle to explain fully, your brain has been processing information all day. You've been noticing patterns in animal behaviour without consciously cataloguing them. The way certain birds fly when deer are nearby, the angle of trampled grass, the age of droppings, and the scent carried on yesterday's wind. You've registered distant sounds you didn't actively listen to, tracked subtle changes in weather, and observed 100 small details that your conscious mind was too busy with survival to fully analyse. Now freed from the need to focus on immediate threats and opportunities, your sleeping brain is sorting through these observations. It's finding patterns, making connections, and occasionally stumbling onto something genuinely useful. The information emerges dressed in the symbols and metaphors your culture provides. Talking animals, spirit journeys, and painted figures come to life. You interpret it as the deer speaking to you. which seems perfectly reasonable given your understanding of how the world works. Tomorrow, when the hunters find the herd exactly where your dream suggested, your status in the community will rise slightly. You'll be known as someone the spirits speak to, someone whose dreams carry weight. This will encourage you to pay even more attention to your dreams, to try to remember them more clearly, and to look for messages in the nightly visions. And this attention itself will begin to change the dreams, though you won't notice this feedback loop, this subtle influence that awareness exerts on the thing being observed. Over the years, you'll develop a sensitivity to the feeling of dreaming, not quite awareness, not the clear knowledge that you're asleep and this isn't physically real, but a kind of receptiveness, an openness to the strange logic and impossible events that characterize the dream state. When you dream of flying, you'll accept it. When your dead grandmother appears looking young and strong, you'll speak with her without confusion. When you find yourself in a landscape that combines features from many different places, you'll navigate it confidently. This acceptance, this lack of critical questioning, is actually what allows your dreams to be so vivid and useful. Your brain can process and recombine information freely, because your conscious mind isn't interfering, isn't saying, wait, that's impossible, or this doesn't make sense. The dreams flow like water, following their own logic, making connections that waking thought might dismiss as nonsensical, but that sometimes reveal genuine insights about the natural world you depend on for survival. You're standing in the Egyptian city of Memphis around 2000 BCE, and you have a problem that's been gnawing at you for 3 nights running. Each night, you've had the same disturbing dream. Your teeth are falling out, scattering across the ground like pale seeds, leaving your mouth empty and aching. You can feel them loosening in the dream, can taste blood, and can see them lying in the dust at your feet. The dream is vivid enough that you wake each time touching your mouth, relieved to find your teeth still firmly in place but deeply unsettled by the recurring vision. This is clearly significant. In Egypt, dreams are taken seriously. They're considered messages from the gods, warnings about the future, or reflections of spiritual imbalance that needs correction. But you're not educated in the mysteries of dream interpretation. You're a mid-level scribe, comfortable enough but not wealthy, learned in hieroglyphics and mathematics but not in the symbolic language of the divine realm. So you've come to the temple, joining a stream of other dream-troubled citizens seeking guidance. The priest who greets you is younger than you expected, perhaps 30 years old, with a shaved head and white linen robes that mark his calling. He shows no surprise at your arrival. People come here daily with similar concerns, their sleep disrupted by visions they can't interpret. He leads you through courtyards fragrant with incense, past pools where lotus flowers float, into a small chamber where previous visitors have carved their dreams into the walls. This inadvertent archive of Bronze Age anxieties is fascinating if you take time to read it. Someone dreamed of climbing a mast on a ship. Another saw themselves eating figs that turned to ash in their mouth. A third encountered a cat the size of a cow, which probably says something about that particular individual's relationship with cats, or possibly their relationship with divine judgment, since cats are sacred to Bastet. There are dreams of flying, drowning, losing one's way in familiar streets, meeting with the dead, and encountering gods in both terrible and benevolent forms. The priest consults a papyrus scroll that's already ancient by his standards, its edges worn soft from handling, some sections faded to near illegibility. This is a dream book, one of several copies made from an original that dates back hundreds of years. It lists hundreds of dream scenarios and their meanings, organised with the bureaucratic precision Egyptians bring to everything from tax collection to theology. The categorisation is sometimes odd by modern standards. Dreams are divided into good and bad rather than by symbolic content, and the interpretations can be startlingly direct or mysteriously vague depending on the entry. He finds the section on teeth and runs his finger down the columns of hieratic script. Teeth falling out could indicate the death of relatives, though the text hedges its bets with enough qualifiers that it's rarely entirely wrong. The number of teeth matters. which teeth, upper or lower, matter. Whether you see them fall or simply notice them missing matters. Whether there's blood or pain involved matters. The priest asks you these questions methodically, and you do your best to remember details from dreams that felt vivid at the time but are now fragmenting in your memory. You feel simultaneously enlightened and anxious when he finishes his interpretation, which is probably the optimal outcome from the temple's perspective. You've received a knowledge that explains the dream, but that knowledge carries its own weight of concern. The priest, reading your expression with practiced ease, offers you an option: temple sleep. For a fee that will strain your budget but remains manageable, you can spend the night in a special chamber where the god Imhotep, the deified architect and healer, may visit your dreams and provide clearer guidance. The chamber is dedicated to incubation dreams, a practice the Egyptians have refined over centuries. You agree, partly from piety and partly from genuine curiosity about what will happen. The priest seems pleased. He explains that you should purify yourself, abstain from certain foods for the rest of the day, and return at sunset. When you come back, the evening air is cooling and the sky's turning the colour of copper. The priest gives you herbs to drink. Nothing dramatic, just a mild tea that makes your thoughts pleasantly fuzzy and your body relaxed. He leads you to the incubation chamber, a small room painted with calming scenes. Lotus flowers bloom in impossible profusion. The Nile flows peacefully through green banks. Birds wing across a cloudless sky. The painted ceiling shows stars and constellations carefully rendered, with the goddess Nut arching across the heavens. The priest explains what you should do. Lie down on the sleeping mat. Clear your mind of daily concerns. Focus your thoughts on your question, your need for guidance. Invite Imhotep to speak to you. Then simply allow sleep to come naturally. You're not to force anything, not to strain towards some mystical experience. Just rest, remain open, and trust that if the god has wisdom for you, it will come. As you drift towards sleep in this carefully prepared space, you're aware, in a distant, dreamy way, that you're trying to dream something specific. You're not quite controlling the dream, but you're suggesting, requesting. The boundary feels blurry, and perhaps that blurriness is the point. Your conscious mind is releasing control while simultaneously holding an intention, creating a kind of directed receptiveness that's different from your normal sleep. The chamber's painted walls seem to pulse slightly in the dim lamplight. The scent of the herbs lingers in your nostrils. You can hear distant sounds from the city, someone laughing, a dog barking, cartwheels on stone. But they feel far away, separated from you by more than just the temple walls. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts begin to wander and fragment, and then you're asleep, though the transition is so smooth you don't notice it happening. When you dream that night, you find yourself walking through a garden more beautiful than any you've seen in waking life. The trees are heavy with fruit, pomegranates and dates and figs all growing together despite their different seasons. Water flows in channels that catch the light, and flowers bloom in colours you can't quite name. Your ancestors are there, tending the plants, moving among the trees with calm purpose. Your grandfather, dead these 10 years, looks up and smiles at you. He says something about roots and growth, about things that seem lost but are merely transformed. You wake convinced that Imhotep arranged this vision, that the god spoke through the symbols of the garden and your ancestors' words. And maybe, in a sense, he did. Or rather, you did, by creating conditions where your sleeping mind knew what kind of dream would bring you comfort and clarity. The temple environment, the priest's guidance, the herbal preparation, and the painted walls suggesting peaceful imagery, all of it conspired to shape your dreaming in particular directions. The temple priests have noticed something crucial, even if they interpret it through their theological framework. Dreams can be influenced by expectation, environment, and intention. They haven't developed this into a systematic technique for achieving awareness during dreams. but they're circling around a fundamental insight about consciousness. The mind can be prepared for certain types of experience. The boundary between waking intention and sleeping vision is more permeable than rigid, and the act of paying attention to dreams, of treating them as significant, somehow changes the dreams themselves. When you leave the temple the next morning, you're calmer. The dream of falling teeth hasn't recurred. You've received what feels like meaningful guidance, though if pressed, you'd have difficulty explaining exactly what you learned or how it helps with your original anxiety. But that vagueness is part of the process. The dream worked on you emotionally and symbolically rather than providing clear intellectual answers, and that seems to be exactly what you needed. You're a student in Athens around 400 BCE, and your teacher has just given you an assignment that sounds suspiciously like he's making things up as he goes along. "Remember your dreams," he says, with the casual authority that teachers use when they want to sound like they're conveying ancient wisdom rather than personal speculation. Not just remember that you had them, but remember the details. What you saw, what you felt, where your attention went, and how you moved through the dreamscape. This teacher is influenced by Pythagorean ideas, though he's careful to keep the more mystical aspects quiet. Athens has a complicated relationship with philosophers who claim special access to hidden knowledge, as Socrates discovered in the most permanent way possible just a few years ago. But your teacher is convinced that dreams matter, that they reveal something about the soul's true nature, and that they represent the psyche freed from the constraints of physical sensation and able to perceive more subtle truths. The first step toward understanding them, he insists, is simply paying attention. So you start trying. That first night you go to sleep with the intention of remembering, telling yourself firmly as you drift off, "I will remember my dreams. I will wake and recall them clearly." This seems to have no effect whatsoever. You wake the next morning with the vague sense that you dreamed something important. There was water maybe? Or was it a marketplace? Or possibly both? The details evaporate like morning mist, leaving only frustration and the dim sense of having lost something that was present just moments ago. The second night, you try a different approach. You place a wax tablet and stylus next to your sleeping mat, within easy reach. The idea is to wake yourself slightly during the night and scratch down whatever you remember before sinking back into sleep. This works better. You do wake once, disoriented and confused, with fragments of a dream still clinging to your mind. You grope for the tablet in the darkness and scratch a few words before sleep reclaims you. In the morning you examine what you wrote. The letters are clumsy, carved by someone half asleep and not bothering with proper spacing or straight lines, but you can decipher them. Fish made of light. The teacher had wings. It felt like flying, but also like swimming. Reading these words brings the dream flooding back in more detail. You were in a place that was simultaneously ocean and sky, where movement was effortless, where your teacher glided past you with great feathered wings, and where schools of luminous fish swam through the air like they were moving through water. By the fifth night, you've developed a routine. You keep the tablet ready. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes reviewing the day and telling yourself you'll remember your dreams. When you wake, whether in the middle of the night or at dawn, you lie still for a moment before moving, letting the dream memories solidify, then reach for the tablet and record what you can. The act of writing seems to anchor the memories, making them more stable and retrievable. This practice, simple as it sounds, is quietly revolutionary. You're training your mind to build a bridge between sleeping and waking consciousness. You're creating the habit of noticing your own mental states, of treating dreams as experiences worth preserving rather than ephemeral nonsense to be dismissed upon waking. And occasionally something odd happens. While dreaming, you have a moment of recognition, a flash of thought that says, "I should remember this for my dream journal." It's brief and you usually forget it anyway despite the intention. But the fact that it happens at all suggests something interesting about the nature of awareness during sleep. Your teacher is pleased with your progress, though he himself is still working out the theoretical implications. He's noticed that students who practice dream recall consistently sometimes report moments of clarity within the dream itself, brief instants where they seem to know they're dreaming, where they possess a dual awareness of being asleep while experiencing the dream. He doesn't have a proper framework for this yet and doesn't know what to call it or how to encourage it deliberately, but he's seen enough examples to suspect that the sleeping mind is more accessible to conscious awareness than most people assume. You notice these moments yourself as your practice continues. One night, you're dreaming that you're competing in the gymnasium, racing against other students, when suddenly you think, "My legs feel strange. Am I dreaming?" The question itself is remarkable. It shows some part of your mind stepping back and evaluating the experience rather than simply being immersed in it. But the answer doesn't come clearly, or rather, dream logic provides a nonsensical answer that you accept without further questioning. No, it's just that the ground is sloped differently today, and the dream continues with you convinced of your waking state, despite the impossibility of your legs feeling simultaneously heavy and weightless. In the markets of Athens, dream interpretation is becoming a booming business. Professional oniromancers set up shop near the agora, offering to decode dreams for a small fee. Most of them are charlatans, clever readers of human nature who tell people what they want to hear in vague enough terms to seem profound. But a few have noticed the same patterns your teacher has observed. People who pay attention to their dreams, who record and reflect on them, report different experiences than people who ignore their dream life entirely. The act of observation seems to change the thing being observed. When you treat dreams as meaningless, forgettable noise, they remain vague and unmemorable. But when you approach them with attention and respect, recording them carefully, looking for patterns and recurring symbols, the dreams themselves seem to become more vivid, more coherent, and more accessible to memory. It's as if your sleeping mind responds to being taken seriously, offering clearer and more detailed experiences when it knows those experiences will be valued and preserved. You've been keeping your dream journal for 3 months now, and it's become a fascinating document. You can see patterns emerging, certain images that recur, particular anxieties that surface in symbolic form, and creative solutions to problems you've been working on during the day. There's the recurring dream of being in the academy, but unable to find your classroom, which clearly relates to your ongoing anxiety about measuring up to your teacher's expectations. There are dreams where you're speaking eloquently in public, which seem to follow days when you felt inarticulate and clumsy with words. And there are stranger, less interpretable dreams, surreal landscapes, impossible architecture, and encounters with figures who might be gods or might be amalgamations of people you know. One entry stands out. You dreamed you were walking through Athens at night, the streets familiar but somehow different. Cleaner, more orderly, lit by a silvery light that came from no visible source. You passed your teacher's house and noticed the door was open. Inside, he was sitting at a table covered with scrolls, but the scrolls were blank. He looked up at you and said something about empty pages being the truest books. And then, this is the part that struck you as significant, you thought to yourself within the dream, "I need to remember this phrase so I can ask him what it means tomorrow." That thought shows a level of metacognition, of awareness about your own awareness. That's unusual in dreams. You were conscious enough to recognize that you were having an experience worth preserving, to think about your future waking self and what that self would want to know. You were, for that brief moment, operating with a kind of dual consciousness, simultaneously immersed in the dream experience and standing slightly apart from it, observing and evaluating. When you mentioned this dream to your teacher, his eyes lit up with interest. "That moment of recognition," he said, "is what we should be cultivating. The ability to maintain some thread of awareness even when the rational mind sleeps. The Pythagoreans believe the soul travels during sleep, freed from bodily constraints. Perhaps what you experienced was your soul becoming aware of itself, recognizing its own nature even while engaged in the journey." He's assigned you a new practice. Throughout the day, at random moments, pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? Then examine your surroundings for evidence. Can you remember how you got to where you are? Do the details remain stable when you look away and back? Does everything follow logical rules? The point isn't to answer the question, obviously you're awake during the day, but to build a habit of questioning, of examining your state of consciousness. The theory is that if you do this often enough while awake, you'll eventually do it while asleep, and that moment of questioning might trigger the realization that you're dreaming. You're skeptical but willing to try. After all, the dream journal practice seemed pointless at first, and it turned out to be genuinely valuable. So you start incorporating these reality checks into your day. While listening to a lecture, you pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? You look at your hands, check if the text on the scroll stays consistent, and try to remember the sequence of events that brought you to this moment. The answer is always no, I'm awake, but the practice keeps you attentive to your own consciousness, in a way that's oddly interesting. You're a novice monk in a monastery perched on a Tibetan mountainside around 900 CE. The air is thin enough that newcomers spend their first weeks short of breath, gasping during meditation sessions and struggling to complete simple physical tasks without their hearts hammering. But you've lived here since childhood. Your parents brought you to the monastery when you were 7, offering you to the Sangha as an act of devotion, and your lungs have adapted to the altitude. What hasn't adapted, despite years of training, is your ability to maintain awareness during sleep, which your teacher insists is possible, necessary, and, most annoyingly, simple once you understand the technique properly. The problem, he explains for what must be the 20th time, his voice patient but edged with the faintest exasperation, is that you assume waking and sleeping are fundamentally different states. But consciousness continues. It simply changes its object of attention. This sounds profound when he says it, accompanied by the singing bowls and the thin mountain air and the sense that wisdom is being transmitted. But it isn't particularly helpful when you're lying on your sleeping mat at night, tired and confused, trying to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do differently. Continue consciousness? How? By what mechanism? Through what practice? The technique he's taught you involves cultivating a habit of questioning reality during the day. Throughout your waking hours, you're supposed to periodically stop whatever you're doing and ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Then you look for signs that might indicate you're in a dream. Text that shifts when you look away and back. Unusual events that violate natural law, or logical inconsistencies in your environment or recent memories. During the day, the answer is always no, I'm awake. But the practice builds a habit that eventually, according to your teacher, carries over into sleep. You've been doing this for months. Every hour, roughly, you pause and ask the question. You examine your hands. They look normal, solid, and consistent. You read a line of scripture, look away, and read it again. The text is unchanged. You try to recall how you arrived at your current location, and the sequence of events makes perfect sense. You're definitely awake. And yet, the practice continues day after day, a ritualized questioning that's starting to feel less like meditation and more like an elaborate game you're playing with yourself for unclear stakes. Tonight, after evening prayers, you're lying on your narrow sleeping mat, and your mind is still buzzing with the question, am I dreaming? You're definitely not. The stone floor is cold even through the thin cushion. Your knee hurts from the extended kneeling during prostrations. You can hear another monk snoring 3 mats away, a rhythmic rasp that suggests serious sinus problems and zero awareness of how disruptive the sound is. Your own breathing is slowing as sleep approaches, that familiar descent into unconsciousness that's happened thousands of times before. You drift off thinking about the question, which is exactly what your teacher suggested. Not forcing it, not concentrating hard, just letting it float gently in your mind as you cross the threshold into sleep. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I... The dream begins ordinarily enough. You're walking through the monastery courtyard, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden and slanting. making the prayer flags cast long shadows across the stones. Everything feels normal. Your feet on the ground feel solid. The air has the characteristic crispness of high altitude. Nothing seems unusual or worth questioning. You walk toward the fountain at the courtyard centre, intending to fill your water bowl. But when you get close, you notice something odd. The fountain is flowing upward. Water is climbing into the air in a neat column, rising 10 feet or more before dispersing into mist that vanishes into the sunlight. This should surprise you. This should immediately signal that something is wrong, that this violates everything you know about how water behaves. But dream logic, that strange cognitive fog that makes impossible things seem reasonable, offers an explanation that you accept without question. Oh, someone must have changed the fountain. That's nice, it looks quite beautiful like this. You stand there watching the impossible water for several moments, admiring the way light catches in the ascending column and how the mist creates small rainbows. And then, like a quiet bell ringing in a distant room, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've asked yourself countless times during the day, but now, in this context, it triggers something different. You look at the fountain again, really look at it, and understand that water doesn't flow upward. You look at your hands, another technique your teacher demonstrated, and they look odd. The details won't quite hold still. You try counting your fingers and the number keeps changing. 5, then 6, then 4, the count shifting each time you try to focus on it. And suddenly, with a clarity that's almost shocking in its brightness, you understand. You're asleep. This is a dream. You're aware of this fact while the dream continues around you. The fountain is still there, still flowing impossibly upward. The courtyard hasn't changed. The late afternoon light still slants across the stones. But your relationship to all of it has transformed completely. You can feel your sleeping body on the mat in some distant peripheral way. The cold stone beneath you, the rough wool blanket, and the position of your limbs. You understand that this entire scene is occurring in your mind, that you're lying unconscious on a monastery sleeping mat while simultaneously standing conscious in this dream courtyard. The dual awareness is strange and wonderful, and unlike anything you've experienced before. You realize, with a combination of excitement and deep calm, that you might be able to change things. This is part of the training. Not just becoming aware in dreams, but learning to work with them, to shape them, to use them for spiritual development and exploration of consciousness. You will make the fountain flow normally. Nothing happens. You try again, concentrating harder, focusing your intention the way you would during meditation. Still nothing. The water continues its upward journey, completely ignoring your mental commands. Apparently dream control isn't quite as simple as your teacher implied, which you'll enjoy pointing out to him tomorrow morning with all the satisfaction of a student finding a gap in the master's knowledge. But the awareness remains, stable and clear. You spend what feels like several minutes simply observing the dream, noting its qualities, marvelling at the vividness of sensation. The stone beneath your feet feels absolutely real. The air has texture and temperature, and sounds have proper directionality and volume. Everything is rendered in perfect detail, indistinguishable from waking experience except for the fact that you know it's not. You experiment with different actions. You try to fly, because this seems like an obvious thing to attempt in a lucid dream. You jump and will yourself upward, but gravity works normally, and you simply land back on the ground. You try to make something appear, perhaps a lotus flower in your hand. You close your eyes and concentrate, and when you open them, there's nothing there. Whatever capacity you have to influence this dream, it's not responding to direct commands or visualizations. But then you notice something interesting. Your emotions affect the dream. When you feel frustrated about your inability to control things, the light in the courtyard dims slightly and the air grows cooler. When you let go of that frustration and simply feel curious about the experience, the light brightens again and the whole scene becomes more vivid. It's subtle, but unmistakable. The dream responds to your emotional state rather than to your conscious intentions. You try working with this. You cultivate a feeling of calm joy, the kind you experience during successful meditation. The courtyard seems to glow in response, colours becoming richer, edges more defined. You shift to compassion, thinking of all beings trapped in the cycle of suffering and wishing them liberation. The dream softens somehow, becoming gentler, more welcoming. The upward flowing fountain begins producing a sound like distant bells. This continues for what feels like much longer than most dreams last. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't really judge time accurately. But throughout it all, you maintain that thread of awareness, that knowledge that you're asleep and dreaming. It's effortful in a subtle way, requiring a kind of balanced attention where you can't think too hard about being aware or you'll lose the awareness, but you can't let your mind wander completely or you'll slip back into ordinary unconscious dreaming. Eventually something shifts. Your attention wavers for just a moment. You start thinking about how you'll describe this experience to your teacher, and the analytical thinking pulls you slightly toward wakefulness. The courtyard begins to fade, becoming less solid and more dreamlike in the conventional sense. You try to hold on to the awareness, but it's slipping, the clear knowledge dissolving, and then you're in a different dream entirely. Something about climbing stairs that keep rearranging themselves, and the lucidity is gone. You wake a while later, in the deep part of the night when the monastery is completely silent. For a moment you lie there, perfectly still, afraid that moving will disrupt the crystal clear memory of what just happened. Then carefully you reach for the small journal and ink you keep near your mat, specifically for recording dreams, another practice your teacher insists on, and you write down everything you can remember while it's still fresh. The next morning, during the period after dawn meditation when students can ask questions, you catch your teacher's eye and give a small nod. He smiles slightly and nods back, understanding immediately. You've crossed a threshold that monks have been crossing for centuries, joining a quiet tradition of practitioners who've learned to maintain consciousness through the transition into sleep. The tradition calls it dream yoga, using dreams as a practice ground for recognizing the illusory nature of all experience, for developing the kind of stable awareness that persists regardless of whether you're awake or asleep. Over the following weeks, you'll have more lucid dreams, each one teaching you something about the nature of awareness and the relationship between mind and experience. You'll learn that strong emotions tend to destabilize the lucid state. You'll discover that expectations shape the dream more than direct commands do. You'll find that the most profound experiences come not from trying to control the dream, but from simply being present in it, maintaining awareness while remaining open to whatever arises. Your teacher will guide you deeper into the practice, teaching you to use lucid dreams for specific purposes, rehearsing meditations, contemplating Buddhist teachings in the vivid symbolic language of dreams, and even practicing for the experience of death, which Tibetan Buddhism views as similar to the dream state, consciousness separated from its familiar reference points, navigating a realm shaped by karma and mental habits. But all of that comes later. Tonight, you've simply had your first clear moment of recognition within a dream, that flash of awareness that says, I'm sleeping and I know it. It's a small achievement in the monastery's terms. Many monks have gone much further, maintaining continuous consciousness through sleep, transforming dreams into sophisticated meditations. But for you, right now, it feels miraculous, like discovering a hidden room in a house you thought you knew completely. You're a merchant's daughter in Florence around 1350 CE, and you've been having the strangest experience for the past week. It started when you attended a sermon where the priest discussed visions and divine messages, emphasizing with considerable dramatic flair that God sometimes speaks to people in sleep, sending angels or saints to deliver warnings, guidance, or comfort. The examples he gave were vivid. People dreaming of heaven's glory, receiving instructions about their life's purpose, and even being shown future events that later came to pass exactly as dreamed. That night, while dreaming that you were flying over the city's red-tiled roofs, you suddenly thought, God is showing me this. The thought itself woke you partially, pulling you into that strange liminal state between sleeping and waking. You hovered there for several moments, aware that you were in bed but still able to see the dreamscape of Florence spreading below you, the Duomo with its incomplete dome, the Arno winding through the city, and the surrounding hills covered in olive groves and vineyards. It was disorienting and wonderful, and you fell back into the dream almost immediately, but this time without the awareness, simply experiencing the flight as a seamless part of the dream narrative. Since then, it's been happening more frequently. You'll be in the middle of a completely ordinary dream, walking through the market, helping your mother with weaving, attending mass, when recognition strikes. This is a dream. Sometimes the realization ends the dream instantly, popping it like a soap bubble and leaving you lying awake in the darkness of your bedroom, disoriented and slightly disappointed. Other times, you maintain the awareness for a few moments, observing the dream from this strange dual perspective, where you're simultaneously inside the experience and watching it from outside. You haven't told anyone about this because you're not entirely sure it's appropriate or safe to discuss. The church has complicated and somewhat contradictory views about dreams. Some are considered divine messages, sent by God or his angels to guide the faithful. These are sacred and should be heeded carefully. Other dreams are temptations from demons, designed to lead people astray through false visions and deceptive imagery. These should be resisted and ignored. And still other dreams are just the result of eating too much cheese before bed, according to your grandmother, and have no spiritual significance whatsoever. The idea that you might be somehow conscious during dreams, aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, choosing what happens or at least observing with full knowledge that none of it is real, this feels like it might fall into the potentially heretical category. Are you supposed to be able to do this? Is this a gift from God or something more dangerous? Could demons use this state to deceive you more effectively, catching you in a moment of vulnerability? You don't know, and you're not about to ask the priest and risk being told to do penance or worse. But you've noticed patterns in when the awareness arises. It comes most easily when something in the dream is unusual, when your deceased aunt appears looking young and healthy instead of wasted by the plague that took her, when the street you're walking down leads somewhere it shouldn't, when you find yourself in your father's warehouse, but it's somehow also the cathedral, or when the laws of nature bend in small ways that would be impossible in waking life. These inconsistencies seem to trigger a part of your mind that notices and questions, even while asleep. It's similar to the way you might notice a wrong note in a familiar hymn. The inconsistency stands out against your knowledge of how things should be, and your mind flags it as requiring attention. In dreams, though, this noticing is usually suppressed by what you think of as dream fog, that strange acceptance that makes impossible things seem perfectly reasonable. When the fog lifts for a moment, awareness comes through. You've also discovered, through trial and error, that you can sometimes continue the dream by staying calm. If you get excited when you realize you're dreaming, thinking, "Oh, I can do anything! I can fly anywhere! I can make anything happen!" You wake up immediately, the surge of emotion pulling you out of sleep. But if you simply observe, staying curious but relaxed, the dream continues while you watch it unfold with that split awareness. Simultaneously, the dreamer and the observer of dreams. Tonight you're trying something experimental. You've been thinking about this phenomenon for days, turning it over in your mind during the long hours of sewing and household work, and you've come up with a technique that might help. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes in the candlelight studying your hands, really looking at them, the pattern of lines on your palms, the shape of your nails, the way your fingers taper, and the small scar on your left thumb from when you cut yourself on a spindle 2 years ago. You're creating a kind of anchor, something familiar that you can check while dreaming. The idea is that if you can remember to look at your hands in a dream, they might look different enough to trigger that moment of recognition. It's based partly on something you heard once, that in dreams your hands often look wrong, having too many fingers or not enough, appearing blurry, or shifting in form. You don't know if this is universally true, but it seems worth testing. You blow out the candle and settle into your bed, which you share with your younger sister. She's already asleep, breathing deeply and evenly, one arm flung across her eyes. You lie there in the darkness, thinking about your hands, about the need to remember to check them, and about the strangeness of trying to remind yourself to do something while unconscious. The thoughts grow softer and less distinct as sleep approaches, blurring into fragmentary images and incomplete sentences, and then you're dreaming. You're in a garden you've never seen before, though it has elements from the monastery gardens you've visited, and from descriptions you've heard of paradise in sermons. Roses climb over stone walls, but instead of smelling like roses, they smell of cinnamon and cloves. Spices your father trades in. The sky is that particular shade of blue that you see sometimes at dusk, when the last light is fading but the stars haven't yet appeared. There's music playing from somewhere, though you can't see any musicians. A single voice singing a melody that's hauntingly beautiful, but not quite like any song you know. You walk through this garden for what feels like a long time, just experiencing it, until something makes you think of your hands. The thought comes unbidden. I should look at my hands. You raise them, studying them in the dream's strange light, and immediately notice that they're wrong. The number of fingers keeps shifting. 5, then 6, then 4, the count changing each time you try to focus. The skin looks somehow translucent, as if you could see through it to the bones underneath. The scar on your left thumb is missing, or maybe it's there but on the wrong finger. You can't quite tell. This wrongness triggers the recognition. I'm dreaming. The garden remains solid around you. The roses continue to bloom, their impossible scent filling the air. The voice continues singing its nameless melody. But you're aware now, fully conscious of the fact that you're asleep in your bed, that your sister is beside you, that Florence is outside your window, and that none of this garden exists anywhere except in your sleeping mind. The awareness brings a surge of wonder, but also a touch of fear. What if this is a trap? What if becoming aware in dreams opens you to demonic influence? But the garden feels benign, even holy. The singing voice has the quality of church music. The light is gentle and welcoming. If this is a test or a temptation, you can't see how. You decide to try something that's been in your mind since these experiences began. You've always wanted to see the ocean. Florence is landlocked. The sea is days away by horse, and as a merchant's daughter, your travel has been limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. But you've heard descriptions from travellers, and your father has brought you shells and once, thrillingly, a small preserved seahorse that you keep in a box of treasures. In the dream, you simply decide that beyond the garden wall lies the ocean. You don't force it or concentrate hard or visualise it in detail. You just gently intend that it's there, the way you might decide to turn left instead of right while walking. You make your way to the wall, made of old honey-coloured stone covered in flowering vines that release perfume when you brush against them, and look over it. There's a moment of resistance, as if reality itself is uncertain, hanging in balance, and then the ocean appears, stretching blue and endless to the horizon, exactly as you've imagined it. The view is impossibly clear. You can see individual waves, white foam breaking, and seabirds wheeling in the distance. The sound reaches you, that rhythmic crash and hiss of water meeting land. You can smell salt, sharp and clean, so vivid it almost makes you sneeze. Spray touches your face, cool and fine. You've done it. You've changed the dream through simple intention, and you're awake enough to marvel at the achievement even as it unfolds. The detail is extraordinary, because your dreaming mind is filling in all the elements you've heard about in travellers' stories, combining them with your own imagination to create something that feels completely real. The ocean has actual depth and movement, not the flat-painted quality you might expect from imagined scenery. Waves roll toward the shore with proper weight and momentum. The horizon curves slightly, just as you've heard it does. You spend what feels like several minutes just watching, drinking in this sight you've longed to see. And then, because you're aware enough to be curious about the limits of this state, you try to fly. You climb onto the wall and jump, willing yourself to soar over the water like the seabirds. Nothing happens. You simply fall, landing on the sand below the wall with a thump that should hurt but doesn't. Dream physics apparently has its own rules that don't always respond to your intentions, or perhaps you don't quite believe you can fly, and that doubt prevents it from happening. You're not sure. You try again, running and leaping, trying to feel what flying might be like, but gravity pulls you back each time. This failure is oddly reassuring. If you could do absolutely anything just by wishing it, this might feel more like madness than like exploration. The resistance, the way some things change and others don't, gives the experience a kind of structure that makes it seem more real rather than less. Eventually your awareness begins to waver. You've been maintaining it for what feels like a remarkably long time, but the effort is subtle and cumulative, and you can feel yourself starting to tire. The ocean becomes less distinct. The sound of waves grows quieter. The garden behind you fades into vagueness. You're slipping back into ordinary unconscious dreaming, and you don't quite have the skill yet to prevent it. The last thing you remember clearly is standing on the beach, watching the sun set over the water, which shouldn't be happening since the sun was high overhead just moments ago. But Dreamtime follows its own logic, and feeling deeply grateful for this experience, whatever its source and meaning might be. When you wake in the morning, your sister is already up and getting dressed. You lie there for a moment, not moving, afraid that the memory will dissolve the way dreams usually do. But it remains vivid and clear, every detail accessible. You remember the garden, the roses and the singing voice. You remember looking at your hands and understanding you were dreaming. You remember the ocean appearing beyond the wall, fulfilling your intention. You remember trying and failing to fly. You don't tell anyone, but you start experimenting more deliberately. Each night before sleep, you study your hands and remind yourself to check them in dreams. You think about impossible things you'd like to see. The mountains to the north covered in snow, forests you've never visited, and the inside of the Doge's palace in Venice, which you've heard described but never seen. And sometimes, not always, but with increasing frequency, you find yourself aware in your dreams, conscious enough to explore and experiment while the rest of your mind creates elaborate worlds from memory and imagination. It becomes a secret practice, something entirely yours in a life where privacy and personal choice are limited. In waking life, you'll do what's expected, help with the household, marry the man your father chooses, and probably die young from childbirth or plague like so many women do. But in dreams, you're beginning to find a kind of freedom and agency that waking life doesn't offer. You can explore, create, and test the boundaries of consciousness itself. You still don't know if this is a spiritual gift or a psychological quirk, divine communication, or merely the mind's strange capacity for self-reflection. The uncertainty doesn't trouble you as much as it once did. Whatever this is, it's revealing something about the nature of awareness, about the flexibility of consciousness, and about the strange fact that you can be both the dreamer and the observer of dreams. You're a natural philosopher in London around 1750 CE, and you've been conducting what you consider a very serious scientific experiment, though your colleagues at the Royal Society would probably laugh if you told them about it. For 6 months you've been keeping a detailed dream journal, noting not just the content of dreams, but your state of mind within them, any moments of awareness or recognition, and the factors that seem to influence dream recall and clarity. The Enlightenment has encouraged a particular kind of curiosity, the belief that anything can be studied, measured, and potentially understood through systematic observation and careful reasoning. Most people apply this to rocks, plants, the movement of planets, the properties of gases, and electrical phenomena. You've decided to apply it to sleep and dreams, treating your own consciousness as a laboratory where experiments can be conducted. Your journal has become quite extensive. Each morning, immediately upon waking, before getting out of bed, before speaking to your wife, before your mind is fully engaged with the day's concerns, you write down everything you can remember from the night's dreams. Not just the narrative, but the quality of the experience. Were you aware of dreaming? Did anything seem unusual? How vivid were the sensations? Did you question anything that happened? Could you remember how the dream began? Or did you simply find yourself already in the middle of it? Your observations have revealed several interesting patterns. First, you've confirmed what some folk wisdom suggests but others dismiss. Certain foods do seem to affect dreams, though not in the ways folklore typically claims. It's not about specific ingredients having magical properties. Rather, it's about digestion. Anything that causes mild physical discomfort, that keeps the body from resting completely peacefully, tends to produce more vivid and chaotic dreams. A heavy meal before bed leads to strange, energetic dreams. Mild hunger leads to dreams about food. Indigestion produces anxiety dreams. The body's state influences the mind's nighttime activities. Second, you've noticed something about memory. Dreams fade rapidly upon waking, but the speed of fading can be influenced. If you lie still upon waking and focus on the dream, letting it play through your memory before moving or thinking about other things, you can retain much more detail. Movement and immediate engagement with daily concerns seem to disrupt the delicate memory traces dreams leave behind. The simple act of physical stillness for a few moments can double or triple what you remember. Third, and most intriguingly, you've confirmed what the ancient Tibetans apparently knew. Regular reality testing during the day sometimes carries over into dreams. You've developed a habit of reading text twice, looking at a page, looking away, then looking back to confirm the words haven't changed. In waking life, they never change. Text is stable. But 3 times now you've thought to try this test in dreams, watched the words shift and rearrange themselves like living things, and realised you were asleep. The most recent time this happened, you were dreaming that you were in your study, working on a paper about planetary motion. Everything seemed completely normal. The familiar smell of ink and paper, the weight of your pen, the scratch of the nib on vellum, and the comfortable chair you sit in for hours each day. But something prompted you to look at what you'd written, look away at the window, then look back at the page. The words had completely changed. Not just shifted slightly, but transformed entirely. What had been equations was now a recipe for plum pudding, and in a handwriting that wasn't yours. You stared at this impossibility for several seconds before the recognition struck. I'm dreaming. The study remained around you, perfectly solid and detailed, but now you understood its nature. This wasn't your actual study. You were lying in bed upstairs. This entire scene was occurring in your sleeping mind. The most interesting finding in your research, though, has been about intention. You've discovered that the period between waking and sleeping, those few minutes when you're drowsy but still somewhat aware, when your thoughts are becoming loose and disconnected but haven't entirely dissolved, offers a unique opportunity. If you hold a question or intention loosely in mind during this transition, not forcing it, but just letting it float there like a leaf on water, it sometimes influences the dream that follows. You don't get direct answers exactly. Dreams don't solve mathematical problems or provide clear solutions to practical challenges. But your dreaming mind seems to process the question, creating scenarios and images related to it, approaching it from unexpected angles that can provide new perspectives. Last week provided a perfect example. You'd been struggling with a problem related to a mechanical device you're designing. Specifically, how to create a smoother transition between gears of different sizes. You'd tried several approaches, all producing too much friction or too much noise or requiring such precise manufacturing that they'd be impractical to actually build. The problem was genuinely vexing, and you fell asleep thinking about it, turning it over in your mind as consciousness faded. You didn't solve it directly in the dream, but you dreamed about walking beside a stream, watching water flow around rocks. The dream had that vivid, absorbing quality that sometimes happens, and you found yourself fascinated by how the water adapted its flow to obstacles, moving faster here, slower there, creating eddies and whirlpools, but overall maintaining its direction toward the sea. When you crouched down to look more closely, you could see how the water's path changed gradually around each rock, not abruptly but through a series of small adjustments. You woke with that image still clear in your mind, and suddenly the gear problem seemed obvious. You'd been thinking about it wrong, trying to create an immediate perfect transition from one gear to the next. What you needed was a series of smaller transitions, intermediate gears that would allow the change to happen gradually rather than all at once. The dream hadn't handed you an answer. It had helped you reframe the question, to see the problem from a different angle. Tonight you're trying something more ambitious. You've prepared your sleeping room carefully, treating it like a laboratory being set up for an important experiment. You've eliminated potential sources of disturbance, secured the shutters against wind, banked the fire so it won't need tending, and informed your wife that you'd prefer not to be woken unless there's an emergency. You've ensured a comfortable temperature, proper bedding, and removal of anything that might cause physical discomfort during the night. You've spent the evening reviewing your dream journal, particularly the entries that describe moments of awareness within dreams. You're reminding yourself of what that state feels like, what triggers it, and what maintains it. And as you prepare for bed, you're holding a gentle intention. I want to recognize when I'm dreaming. I want to be aware during tonight's dreams. You're not forcing this or concentrating hard. That would likely interfere with the natural onset of sleep. You're just planting the seed of the idea, letting it sink into your mind as you drift off, trusting that some part of your consciousness will remember it even as the rational waking part of your mind shuts down for the night. The dream begins in your study, which should be your first clue that something's odd since you're actually in your bedroom upstairs. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable, the way dreams always do. There's no moment of questioning how you got here or why you're here instead of in bed. You simply are here, and that seems natural. You're examining a book, trying to make sense of its contents. The text is difficult to read, somehow both clear and blurry at the same time, and the subject keeps shifting. Now it's about astronomy, now botany. Now it's written in a language you don't recognize but seem to understand anyway. This should be strange, but you accept it without question until you remember your reading test. The memory surfaces almost casually. I should check if the text changes. You look at a paragraph, reading it carefully. It's about the migration patterns of birds. You look away at the window where rain is falling even though you're certain it was sunny a moment ago. Then you look back at the book. The words have completely changed. Now they're written in a language that doesn't exist, made of symbols that look like a combination of Greek, Arabic, and something else entirely. And yet you can read them perfectly, understanding a philosophical argument about the nature of time that's far more sophisticated than anything you've actually studied. The impossibility of this should be obvious, and this time, it is. The recognition arrives smoothly, without the jolt of surprise that sometimes triggers waking. I'm dreaming. You're getting better at this, maintaining the awareness without becoming so excited or analytical that you pull yourself out of sleep. The study remains solid around you, the familiar walls lined with books, the desk cluttered with papers and instruments, the window now showing a garden that exists nowhere near your actual house. Here's where your scientific curiosity takes over. Instead of trying to fly or visit exotic locations or do any of the dramatic things one might do in a lucid dream, you decide to investigate the nature of the dream itself. You want to understand this phenomenon, to gather data, and to test hypotheses about how consciousness works in this altered state. You examine your hand closely, holding it up to the light from the window. When you focus hard on it, it becomes unstable. The fingers seem to blur and multiply. The skin takes on strange colours, and the whole hand feels like it might dissolve into mist. But when you relax your attention, just viewing it gently without intense scrutiny, it stabilises again, looking almost normal, though somehow not quite right in ways you can't exactly specify. You touch various objects in the study, noting how realistic the textures feel. The smooth wood of your desk has proper grain and temperature. The books have the expected weight and flexible covers, the pages crisp under your fingers. The window glass is cool and hard exactly as it should be. The rug under your feet has the right texture, soft and slightly worn in familiar places. Everything has physical presence and substance, even though you understand it's all occurring in your mind, that there's no actual desk or books or window, just neural patterns creating an extraordinarily convincing simulation. You try an experiment. Can you create something from nothing? You decide there should be an apple on the desk, a perfect red apple, fresh and crisp. You look away from the desk, toward the bookshelf, holding the intention that when you look back, the apple will be there. You count to 3, then turn your gaze back to the desk. It is a perfect red apple sitting exactly where you intended, on the corner of the desk nearest the window. You pick it up, testing its weight in your hand. It feels completely real, substantial, and cool. It smells faintly of autumn, of orchards and harvest. You take a bite, and it tastes impossibly perfect, crisp and sweet and tart all at once, more ideal than any real apple you've ever eaten. The juice is cool on your tongue. You can feel the texture of apple flesh and hear the crunch. This is fascinating from a philosophical perspective. You've created something from nothing, or rather, from memory and imagination. Your sleeping mind has assembled this apple from recalled experiences, every apple you've ever seen, tasted, or touched, and synthesized them into this ideal version. The fact that it seems completely real, indistinguishable from a waking apple except for its impossible perfection, says something profound about the nature of perception and reality. You continue experimenting, testing the boundaries of what's possible in this state. You try to make it daytime instead of nighttime, looking away from the window and intending that the sun should be shining when you look back. The light changes, becoming brighter and warmer, but it's not quite daylight, more like a strange twilight that's brighter than it should be, as if your sleeping mind couldn't quite manage the full transformation or didn't have a clear enough template of what the study looks like in full daylight. You attempt to change the room itself, to transform the study into something else entirely, perhaps the observatory you visited last month. This doesn't work at all. The room remains stubbornly itself, though details shift and waver when you're not looking directly at them. The stack of papers on the left side of the desk sometimes has more pages, sometimes fewer. The books on the nearest shelf seem to rearrange their order, but the fundamental structure of the room resists change. This tells you something about how dreams work. Small changes are easy, especially when you use the simple technique of looking away and intending that something will be different when you look back. Larger transformations are harder, perhaps because they require more extensive reorganization of the dream imagery. Your sleeping mind has constructed this study from familiar templates, and those templates have a certain stability, a resistance to wholesale alteration. You test one more thing. Can you conjure another person? You think of your colleague from the Royal Society, the one you've been collaborating with on the planetary motion research. You look toward the door, expecting him to enter. You hear footsteps in the hallway outside and the sound of the doorknob turning. The door opens and someone enters, but it's not your colleague. It's a stranger, someone you've never seen before, though his face has elements that remind you of several different people you know. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but before any words come out, you make a crucial mistake. You start thinking about the implications of all this, about whether these observations could be considered scientific proof of consciousness during sleep, about how you'll describe all this in your journal, and about what it means for theories of mind and perception. The analytical thinking, the shift from experiencing to analysing, pulls you toward wakefulness. The dream begins to dissolve, losing coherence and stability. The stranger's face becomes unclear. The study grows dim and vague. You try to hold on to the dream, to maintain the awareness, but it's too late. The lucidity is slipping away like water through your fingers. You drift into non-lucid dreaming for a while, confused fragments about being late for a meeting, something about a broken clock, and then wake fully in the darkness of your actual bedroom. Your wife is sleeping peacefully beside you. The real study is downstairs, dark and empty. The whole experience exists now only in memory, and in the notes you immediately begin writing by candlelight, capturing the details before they fade. But you've gathered data. You've confirmed several things through direct observation. First, awareness is definitely possible during dreams. You can maintain consciousness, can observe and evaluate your experience, and can remember your waking intentions and act on them, all while remaining asleep. Second, some level of control can be achieved, though it has limitations and seems to work better through indirect influence than direct command. Third, the experience has a consistency to it. It's not random or chaotic, but follows certain rules, even if those rules differ from waking life. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, analytical thinking disrupts the state. The lucid dream seems to require a particular kind of consciousness, aware and attentive but not too rational or analytical, observing but not dissecting. This suggests something interesting about the relationship between different modes of thought, between the rational mind that analyses and the experiencing mind that simply observes. Over the following months you'll continue your experiments, gradually building a systematic understanding of lucid dreaming. You'll discover that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, reality testing during the day, setting intentions before sleep, and using the period of waking in the middle of the night to practice awareness before falling back asleep. You'll learn to prolong the lucid state by staying calm and engaged without becoming too excited or analytical. You'll explore different ways of influencing the dream, through expectation, through emotional states, and through the simple technique of looking away and back with the intention that something will change. You'll never publish this research formally. It's too subjective, too difficult to verify, and too far outside the bounds of respectable natural philosophy. But you'll keep your detailed records, and someday, centuries later, when the scientific study of consciousness has become acceptable, researchers will find patterns in your observations that match their own findings. For now, though, you're simply a curious person who's discovered a laboratory within your own mind, a place where you can explore the nature of consciousness through direct experience. You're a university student in Germany around 1850, and your philosophy professor has been discussing the nature of consciousness in ways that make your head hurt and your notebook fill with questions you're not sure how to answer. The course is on phenomenology, the systematic study of conscious experience itself, and today's lecture has been particularly abstract, focused on the question of whether consciousness requires self-awareness, whether it's possible to be conscious without knowing that you're conscious. The professor, a thin man in his 50s with wire-rimmed spectacles and a habit of pacing while he talks, uses examples that initially seem clear but become more confusing the more you think about them. Consider a dog, he says, chasing a rabbit. The dog is certainly conscious. It perceives the rabbit, feels the excitement of pursuit, and adjusts its running to match the rabbit's movements. But is the dog aware that it's conscious? Does it think to itself, I am now having the experience of chasing a rabbit? Or does it simply chase, with consciousness present but not reflected upon? This abstract discussion has been rattling around in your mind for days, getting tangled up with your own experiences with dreams. Like many people, you've had occasional moments of clarity within dreams, brief flashes where you understood you were asleep, where you possessed a strange dual awareness. These experiences have always seemed interesting but not particularly significant. Just an odd quirk of sleep, something that happens sometimes for no clear reason. But now, in light of these philosophical discussions, those dream experiences seem potentially relevant. If consciousness can exist without self-awareness during waking life, What's happening during a dream where you become aware that you're dreaming? Is that a case of self-awareness arising within a normally unreflective conscious state? Does it tell us something about the layers or levels of consciousness, about how awareness can turn back on itself? One evening, after a particularly intense seminar on the phenomenology of temporal experience, how we perceive time, how the present moment contains traces of the immediate past and anticipations of the immediate future. You mention your dream experiences to the professor during office hours. You're nervous about bringing it up, worried it might seem frivolous or off-topic. But he's encouraged students to relate the theoretical discussions to their own experiences of consciousness. His eyes light up with unmistakable interest when you describe the moments of awareness within dreams. Yes, he says, leaning forward in his chair, this is exactly the kind of phenomenon we should be examining. The dream state offers a unique laboratory for studying consciousness, because it's a state where experience continues, but our normal frameworks for interpreting experience are suspended. He explains that he's been collecting accounts of what he calls lucid dreams, from the Latin lux, meaning light, suggesting illumination or clarity. These are dreams where the dreamer knows they're dreaming, where there's awareness of the dream state while it continues. He's noticed that certain people seem naturally prone to these experiences, while others report never having them. He's also noticed that practice and attention seem to matter. People who think about dreams, who value them, and who try to remember and reflect on them report more instances of lucid dreaming than people who ignore their dream life entirely. He gives you an assignment. For 1 month, conduct a personal experiment in what he calls consciousness continuity. The goal is to see if you can maintain some thread of awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping, and to observe what happens to consciousness as it shifts between states. He suggests several techniques, drawing on his reading of various spiritual and philosophical traditions. First, keep a dream journal. Write down everything you remember from dreams immediately upon waking, before the memories fade. This builds the habit of paying attention to dreams, which seems to influence the dreams themselves. Second, practice reality testing during the day. Periodically stop and ask yourself, am I dreaming? And look for evidence. Check if text changes when you look away and back. Try to remember how you got to where you are. Notice if anything unusual is happening. The idea is that this habit will eventually carry over into sleep. Third, try mnemonic induction. As you're falling asleep, repeat a phrase like, "The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming," or "I will recognize my dreams as dreams." Don't force it or concentrate hard. Just let it cycle gently through your mind as you drift off. Fourth, if you wake during the night, spend a few moments in that liminal state between sleeping and waking, noticing what consciousness feels like in that transitional zone. You take the assignment seriously, approaching it with the same systematic rigor you'd bring to any academic study. You purchase a new notebook specifically for dream records. Every morning you spend 15 minutes writing down everything you can remember from the night. Not just narratives, but sensations, emotions, the quality of light, unusual details, and moments of transition or confusion. During the day, you set yourself the task of asking, "Am I dreaming?" at least 10 times, trying to spread them throughout the day so it becomes a genuine habit, rather than a mere formality. You check your hands, looking for the kinds of anomalies others have reported. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, confirming it stays consistent. You think about how you got to where you are, checking if the memory is clear and logical or vague and confused. The first week produces nothing but ordinary dreams and frustrating gaps in memory. You remember fragments, being in a forest, having conversation with someone whose face you can't recall, looking for something important that keeps eluding you, but nothing coherent and certainly no moments of awareness or recognition. The reality testing during the day just makes you feel slightly foolish, asking yourself if you're dreaming while sitting in perfectly ordinary lectures or walking through completely normal streets. The second week, something small happens. You're having a dream about falling, a common enough dream type, and as you fall, tumbling through space with that characteristic dream combination of terror and strange detachment, you suddenly think, this is a dream, I'm safe. The thought is brief, lasting perhaps a second before the dream ends and you wake with your heart pounding. But it was there, unmistakably, a moment of recognition, a flash of awareness that you were asleep and that the danger wasn't real. You write it down immediately, noting the circumstances. You'd been practicing the mnemonic induction technique before sleep, repeating, I will recognize my dreams, as you drifted off. You'd also spent extra time that day asking yourself if you were dreaming. The correlation might be coincidental, but it seems worth noting. The third week, something shifts more dramatically. You're in the university library in your dream, which should be closed since it's night. But this inconsistency doesn't immediately strike you as odd. You're searching for a particular book, moving between the tall shelves, feeling that sense of mild frustration that comes from not being able to find what you need. The lighting is strange, brighter than lamplight, dimmer than daylight, and coming from no obvious source. But again, this doesn't trigger any recognition. And then, for no reason you can later identify, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've been asking yourself during the day, but now, in this context, you actually examine the question seriously rather than immediately dismissing it. You look at your hands, holding them up to the strange light. They look wrong. The fingers seem to shift and waver, sometimes appearing longer than they should be, sometimes shorter. You try counting them and get different results each time. 5, 6, 4, 5 again. You try the reading test. You pull a book from the nearest shelf and open it to a random page. The text appears to be in German, and you read a sentence about the cultivation of wheat in medieval agricultural systems. You look away, then back. The text has changed completely. Now it's in Latin, discussing Aristotelian metaphysics. You close the book, put it back, pull it out again, and open it. The pages are blank. The recognition arrives with absolute clarity. I am dreaming. But here's what surprises you. What will become the core of your report to the professor? The awareness doesn't feel like waking consciousness. It's subtly different. Less sharp in some ways, but more expansive in others. You're aware of being in a dream, but you're also aware of multiple layers of experience simultaneously existing. Somewhere, distantly, you can feel your body in bed. The weight of blankets, the position of your limbs, and the solidity of the mattress beneath you. That's one layer of awareness, peripheral and quiet, but definitely present. You're also conscious of the dream imagery itself, the library, the shelves, the books, and the strange sourceless light. This is the most vivid layer, taking up most of your attention. It has the full richness of sensory experience, visual detail, spatial relationships, the texture of book covers under your fingers, and the smell of old paper and binding glue. And there's a third element, harder to describe, a kind of observing awareness that's watching both the dream and your recognition of the dream. It's the part of you that's conscious of being conscious, that's aware of having awareness. This is the aspect that allows you to think I am dreaming and I know it, that provides the meta-level perspective on the experience itself. This three-layered consciousness is exactly what your professor has been theorizing about in his lectures. Consciousness isn't a single unified thing, but a collection of processes that can separate and recombine in interesting ways. During normal waking life, these processes work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one thing: awareness, perception, and self-awareness, all flowing together into the unified experience of being conscious. But during lucid dreams, they can partially separate, creating this strange state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You're both in the dream and observing the dream. You're asleep, but also somehow awake. You're experiencing and analysing the experience at the same time. The boundaries between these different aspects of consciousness become visible, precisely because they're no longer perfectly aligned. You spend the rest of the dream, which lasts for what feels like perhaps 20 minutes, though dream time is notoriously difficult to judge, simply observing this state, noting its qualities, and trying to understand its structure. You move through the library, noticing how the environment shifts when you're not looking directly at it. Shelves appear in different configurations, doorways open where walls should be. The room seems to expand and contract based on some logic you can't quite grasp. You try to have coherent thoughts about philosophical questions, to bring your waking intellectual analysis into the dream. You try to think about Kant's categories of understanding, about whether the dream experience proves anything about the nature of phenomenal versus noumenal reality. But sustained analytical thinking is difficult in this state. Your thoughts keep sliding sideways into images and sensations, rather than remaining as clear propositions. What you can do quite successfully is observe. You can notice the quality of consciousness in this state, and can pay attention to how awareness works when freed from the usual constraints of waking perception. You notice that your attention is more fluid, shifting easily from one thing to another without the effort that waking attention requires. You notice that emotions arise and fade more quickly, without the sustained quality they have during waking life. You notice that time feels elastic, stretching and compressing unpredictably. Most importantly, you notice that the sense of self feels different. During waking life, you have a strong, continuous sense of being a particular person with a particular history, particular characteristics, and particular relationships and roles. In the lucid dream, that sense is looser, more provisional. You know who you are in some abstract sense, but the usual solidity of identity is softened. It's not disturbing, just different, as if the self is revealed to be more flexible and constructed than it usually appears. Eventually, your awareness begins to fade. The clarity dims, the multiple layers of consciousness blur back together, and you slip into ordinary, non-lucid dreaming. You have confused dreams about trying to write something important, but the ink keeps disappearing, and about showing up to an examination without having studied. And then you wake in the early morning with pale light coming through your window. You lie there perfectly still, not wanting to move and disrupt the clear memory of the lucid dream. You can still feel what it was like and can still access that state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You know this memory will fade as the day progresses, as your waking consciousness reasserts its normal structure, and the dream state becomes harder to recall clearly. So you reach for your dream journal and spend the next hour writing down everything you experienced, every observation and sensation and insight, trying to capture the phenomenology of the lucid dream state as completely as possible. When you bring this to your professor the following week, he reads through your notes with visible excitement. "This is excellent," he says. "You've documented exactly what I've been trying to articulate theoretically, the way consciousness can layer and separate during liminal states. The dream awareness you describe, with its 3 levels of perception, confirms that consciousness isn't a simple on-off phenomenon, but a complex system that can reconfigure itself." He asks you to continue the practice to see if you can have more lucid dreams and gather more observational data. He's particularly interested in whether you can conduct specific experiments while lucid, testing the boundaries of dream control, examining how intention and attention shape the dream, and exploring whether complex reasoning is possible in that state, or if it's limited to observation and experience. Over the following months, you become quite skilled at lucid dreaming. You learn the tricks that help. Waking after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, staying awake briefly, then returning to sleep with strong intention seems particularly effective. You learn that certain mental states encourage lucidity, being well rested but not exhausted, being interested but not anxious, and approaching sleep with curiosity rather than determination. You also learn about the limitations. Sustained abstract reasoning really is difficult in lucid dreams. You can think about philosophical questions, but you can't follow long chains of logical argument the way you can while awake. The lucid state requires a delicate balance. Too much thinking and you wake up too little and you slip back into non-lucid dreaming. Strong emotions destabilize the state. Trying too hard to control things often backfires. What you can do, remarkably well, is observe the nature of consciousness itself. You can notice how perception works, how attention flows, how memory operates, and how the sense of self forms and dissolves. The lucid dream becomes a laboratory for phenomenology, offering direct experiential access to questions that would otherwise remain purely theoretical. Your professor eventually publishes a paper drawing on your observations and those of other students who've participated in similar experiments. The paper argues that consciousness should be understood not as a single unified phenomenon, but as a collection of processes that typically work together, but can separate under certain conditions. The lucid dream is presented as evidence for this layered model, a state where some aspects of waking consciousness, awareness, intention, memory, persist, while others, critical reasoning, stable sense of self, connection to sensory input, are diminished or altered. The paper doesn't get much attention at the time. It's too speculative, too dependent on subjective reports, and too far outside the main currents of academic philosophy. But it plants seeds that will grow over the next century and a half, contributing to evolving understandings of consciousness, attention, and the relationship between different modes of awareness. And for you personally, it transforms sleep from a necessary but passive part of life into an active domain of exploration, a place where you can investigate the nature of mind through direct experience. You're a research subject in a sleep laboratory at Stanford University in California in 1975, and you're covered in wires that make you look like you're being prepared for some kind of elaborate electronics experiment. Electrodes are pasted to your scalp with thick gel that feels cold and slightly uncomfortable, positioned according to the International 10 to 20 system for EEG recording. These will monitor your brain waves, tracking the electrical activity that characterizes different stages of sleep. Sensors are taped near your eyes, positioned to detect the rapid eye movements that occur during REM sleep, the phase when most vivid dreams happen. Other instruments measure muscle tension in your chin, which decreases dramatically during REM sleep, along with your heart rate, breathing patterns, and body movement. You've agreed to spend several nights in this laboratory, sleeping under observation while trying to have lucid dreams. It's not particularly comfortable. The wires restrict your movement, the electrodes itch slightly, and you're aware of being watched and recorded in a way that's not conducive to relaxation. But you're fascinated by the research and convinced it's important, so you volunteered despite the discomfort. The lead researcher is a psychologist named Stephen LaBerge, who's been studying lucid dreaming for years, fighting an uphill battle for legitimacy in a field that generally considers the topic fringe science at best, pseudo-scientific nonsense at worst. The problem is fundamental. Dreams are inherently subjective, private experiences. You can report having been aware in a dream, can describe the experience in detail, and can swear it really happened. But how can researchers verify this? How can they prove that you were actually conscious during REM sleep and not just creating false memories upon waking, or misunderstanding normal dream confusion for genuine awareness? For most of scientific history, this verification problem has seemed insurmountable. You can't directly access someone else's subjective experience. You can't peer into their sleeping mind and see whether awareness is present. All you have is their report, and reports are notoriously unreliable, subject to false memories, confabulation, and wishful thinking. LaBerge's solution is elegant in its simplicity. Create a prearranged signal that can only be produced deliberately, then have lucid dreamers execute that signal while dreaming. If the signal appears on the recording equipment at the right time, during REM sleep when dreams are occurring, it proves that the person was conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately. that they weren't just passively experiencing random dream imagery, but were actively aware and capable of volitional action. The specific signal you've agreed on is eye movement. During REM sleep, most of the body's voluntary muscles are paralysed. This is why you don't physically act out your dreams, why you don't actually run or fight or fly despite dreaming about these actions. But the muscles controlling eye movement aren't paralysed. They remain active, and their movements during dreams can be detected by the sensors near your eyes. Before going to sleep tonight, you and LaBerge reviewed the signal one more time. If you become lucid in a dream, you'll deliberately move your eyes in a specific pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right, several times in quick succession. This pattern is distinctive enough that it won't be confused with the random eye movements that occur during normal REM sleep. If it appears on the recording during an REM period, it will be objective, verifiable evidence that you were conscious and capable of executing a planned action while dreaming. The first night produces nothing useful. You sleep, but it's not your normal sleep. The laboratory environment is too unfamiliar, the wires too constraining, and your awareness of being observed too present. You have dreams, vague and forgettable, with no lucidity. You wake feeling unrested and slightly discouraged. The second night is similar. You're more comfortable with the setup, but that doesn't translate into lucid dreams. You have one moment that might have been brief awareness. You were dreaming about being in a classroom and something seemed odd, but you can't remember whether you actually recognised it as a dream or just felt confused within the dream narrative. Either way, you didn't think to signal, so there's no data. By the third night, you're starting to worry that you've lost whatever knack you had for lucid dreaming. You've had them spontaneously before, that's why you were recruited for this study. But the pressure to perform seems to be interfering with the spontaneity these dreams require. You're trying too hard, thinking about it too much, and that very effort is preventing the state you're trying to achieve. LaBerge, reading your frustration, suggests a different approach for the fourth night. Stop trying so hard, he says. Just go to sleep normally. If you happen to become lucid, great, send the signal. If not, that's fine too. No pressure. It's good advice, though paradoxical, trying to not try, deliberately cultivating an attitude of relaxed indifference. You follow his suggestion, approaching sleep with less determination and more openness. You do your usual pre-sleep routine, reviewing the signal pattern to make sure you remember it, and setting a gentle intention to recognise dreams as dreams, but not forcing or straining. Then you just let go, allowing sleep to come naturally rather than pursuing it. The dream begins in a shopping mall, which should immediately seem odd since you're sleeping in a laboratory. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable. You're walking through corridors lined with stores looking for something. You're not quite sure what. The stores keep changing their positions. One moment the bookstore is on your left. The next time you look, it's on your right. Or maybe it's not there at all, but replaced with a clothing store you don't recognise. These shifting positions should be your first clue, and finally, they are. The inconsistency triggers the questioning habit you've built through months of reality testing. Am I dreaming? You check your hands, holding them up to examine them. They look strange. The fingers seem too long. Or is it that your palms are too small? The proportions are somehow wrong, shifting when you try to focus on them. You try to remember how you got here, and the memory is vague, fragmentary, and impossible to pin down. Yes, you realise with sudden clarity, I'm definitely dreaming. And then, crucially, you remember. You're in the sleep lab. You're participating in research. You're supposed to send a signal. This is harder than it sounds in theory. In the dream, you don't have a body lying in a lab bed with electrodes attached. You have a body standing in a shopping mall fully engaged with that environment. To move your actual physical eyes, you have to somehow reach through the dream to the physical body you're not currently experiencing that exists in a different layer of reality that's only peripherally accessible. You focus, concentrating on your real eyes rather than your dream eyes. It feels like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep. You know it's there. You can feel it distantly, but the connection is fuzzy and indirect. You visualize the pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you do it, or at least you try to do it, moving what you hope are your actual eyes in the agreed upon pattern, repeating it several times to make sure it's clear and deliberate. The mall continues around you. Nothing in the dream changes in response to the eye movements. They're happening in a different reality, affecting your physical body in the laboratory, rather than your dream body in the mall. But you feel a sense of accomplishment, of having completed the task. You've sent the message from inside the dream to the outside world, bridging the gap between sleeping and waking reality in a measurable way. The dream continues for a while longer. You explore the mall, conscious throughout that you're dreaming, marvelling at the detail and coherence of the environment your sleeping mind has created. You try some simple experiments, willing a door to appear in a blank wall, which works, trying to fly, which doesn't, and changing the colour of your clothing, which works but takes more effort than you expected. The lucid dream remains stable and vivid for what feels like several minutes before you drift into non-lucid dreaming and eventually wake. In the morning, when the researchers review the recording equipment, there's carefully controlled excitement in the laboratory. The polysomnograph traces show clear REM sleep during the period when you reported having the lucid dream. And there, unmistakable in the eye movement recording, is the signal pattern you sent: left, right, left, right, left, right, appearing multiple times during REM sleep, exactly when and where it should be if your report of lucid dreaming is accurate. For the first time, someone has sent a message from inside a dream to the outside world, proving through objective measurement that they were conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately while asleep. The signal appears during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralysed and the eyes are moving rapidly. This rules out the possibility that you are actually awake or in some lighter stage of sleep. You are genuinely dreaming, as proven by the REM indicators, but you are also conscious and volitional, as proven by the deliberate signal. This experiment, repeated over the following months and years with multiple subjects, will finally establish lucid dreaming as a legitimate phenomenon worthy of serious scientific study. It confirms what Tibetan monks have claimed for centuries, what medieval mystics reported, and what curious philosophers suspected. Consciousness can persist during sleep. You can be aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, and with practice this state can be reliably accessed and studied. The implications extend beyond just proving that lucid dreams exist. The research demonstrates that REM sleep isn't simply an unconscious state, where random neural firing produces meaningless dream imagery. It's a state where complex cognition can occur, where awareness can be maintained, and where voluntary action is possible. The sleeper isn't passive, but can actively engage with their dream experience, can remember intentions formed while awake, can execute planned actions, and can observe and report on their mental state. This opens up new questions and possibilities. If people can be conscious during dreams, what can they learn about consciousness itself by investigating this state? Can lucid dreaming be used therapeutically, helping people with nightmares or trauma? Can it be trained systematically, or does it require some innate capacity? What are the neural mechanisms that allow awareness to persist during REM sleep when it usually doesn't? How does the brain maintain that dual state of being asleep but also conscious? For you personally, participating in this research has been transformative. You've gone from someone who occasionally had interesting dreams to someone actively investigating the nature of consciousness through direct experience. The laboratory setting, far from diminishing the phenomenon, has made it more real, more legitimate. Your subjective experience now has objective validation. What you feel and observe in lucid dreams corresponds to measurable changes in brain activity and to detectable signals in the physical world. Over the following weeks, you'll return to the lab several more times, contributing more data to the growing body of evidence. You'll get better at signalling from dreams, sometimes sending complex messages, different numbers of eye movements to indicate different things, and responding to external stimuli that the researchers present during your sleep. You'll help map the relationship between subjective experience and objective measurement, between what lucid dreaming feels like and what it looks like on the monitoring equipment. And you'll take the techniques home with you, continuing to practice lucid dreaming in your normal life, free from electrodes and laboratories. The research has given you confidence that this isn't wishful thinking or self-deception, but a real, verifiable state of consciousness that can be cultivated and explored. Every night becomes an opportunity for investigation, for experiencing consciousness in an altered mode, and for learning something new about how awareness works when freed from its usual constraints. You're a modern person living in a time when lucid dreaming has moved from mysticism to mainstream, from forbidden knowledge to Reddit threads and YouTube tutorials. The information is freely available. Techniques that monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices are now explained in blog posts with titles like 5 Easy Steps to Your First Lucid Dream. The democratization is wonderful and slightly overwhelming, and you've decided you want to learn this skill for yourself. Your motivations are personal and ordinary rather than mystical or scientific. You're not seeking spiritual enlightenment or trying to prove theories about consciousness. You're simply curious about the experience itself, about what it might reveal about your own mind, and about the possibility of exploring these nightly landscapes with full awareness rather than passive confusion. You start with the basics, the same advice that gets repeated across dozens of sources because it actually works. Keep a dream journal. You buy a notebook specifically for this purpose. Keep it on your nightstand next to a pen and commit to writing in it every single morning before doing anything else. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, before your mind fully engages with the day, you spend a few minutes recording whatever you remember from the night. At first, there's almost nothing. Dreamed something about water is a typical entry for the first week. Felt anxious about something. Can't remember what. Fragments of conversation with someone I didn't recognize. The gaps are frustrating. You know you must have dreamed. Everyone dreams multiple times each night, but the memories slip away like smoke, leaving only the faintest traces. But you persist, and gradually something interesting happens. The habit of paying attention, of telling yourself that dreams matter enough to record, seems to strengthen the bridge between sleeping and waking memory. After 2 weeks, you're writing full sentences. After a month, you're filling half a page most mornings, sometimes more. The dreams aren't necessarily more vivid. They're just more accessible, easier to remember, and their details more stable in memory. You start noticing patterns. You have recurring dream signs, things that happen in dreams but never in waking life. You're frequently back in your childhood home, even though you haven't lived there in years. You often can't find your car in parking lots, or you discover you can breathe underwater, or you're trying to read but the text keeps changing. These repeated elements are valuable because they can become triggers for lucidity, dream signs that might help you recognize when you're dreaming. Next, you add reality testing to your practice. This technique feels deeply silly at first, asking yourself, am I dreaming while you're obviously undeniably awake? You're sitting at your desk drinking coffee, or standing in line at the grocery store, or walking your dog in the park. Of course you're not dreaming. Everything is completely normal and consistent and clearly real. But you do the tests anyway, building the habit that might eventually carry over into sleep. You check your hands, looking for the kind of anomalies people report in dreams. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, looking at a sign or label, looking away, and looking back to confirm it hasn't changed. You attempt to remember how you got to where you are, checking whether your memory of the past few minutes is clear and logical or vague and discontinuous. You set alarms on your phone to remind you to reality test throughout the day. At first, you need these reminders, but gradually the questioning becomes more automatic. You find yourself spontaneously checking reality during transitions, when you enter a new room, when you start a new activity, or whenever something slightly unexpected happens. The habit is forming. embedding itself into your daily awareness patterns. The technique that finally works for you is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. It was developed by Stephen LaBerge, the same researcher who conducted the eye movement experiments, and it's elegantly simple in concept, though it requires practice to execute well. As you're falling asleep at night, you repeat a simple phrase to yourself. The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. You don't force it or concentrate hard. That would keep you awake. You just let it cycle gently through your mind, a quiet intention you're planting in your consciousness as it transitions towards sleep. Sometimes you visualize recognizing a dream, imagining the moment of awareness, though you keep this light and relaxed rather than intense. The first 2 weeks of practicing mild produce nothing obvious, though you do notice your dream recall continuing to improve and your dreams becoming slightly more vivid. The third week, you have a dream where you briefly wonder if you might be dreaming, though you decide you're not and continue with the dream narrative. It's progress. Even though it doesn't result in full lucidity, at least the question arose, and at least some part of your sleeping mind was paying attention to the possibility. And then, on the 23rd night of practice, it happens. You're dreaming that you're back in your childhood home, which should be an immediate dream sign since you know you don't live there anymore. You're in the kitchen, and the layout is wrong. The refrigerator is on the opposite wall from where it should be, and there's a door that leads directly outside when there should be a hallway. These inconsistencies don't immediately register as significant, protected by that fog of dream logic that makes impossibilities seem reasonable. But then you notice your hands as you're reaching for something, and they look strange. Slightly transparent maybe? Or is it that they're flickering slightly, unstable in a way hands shouldn't be? The strangeness triggers the question you've been training yourself to ask. Am I dreaming? You look at your hands more carefully. The fingers are too long, or maybe your palms are too narrow. The proportions are somehow wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. You try counting your fingers, and the number keeps shifting. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5 again. Each time you try to focus on a specific finger, it seems to split or merge or simply refuse to be counted consistently. The recognition arrives with remarkable gentleness, without the shock or surprise you expected. Oh, I'm dreaming. It feels natural, obvious even, like remembering something you'd temporarily forgotten rather than discovering something new. The childhood kitchen remains around you, perfectly solid and detailed. The wrongly placed refrigerator is still there, the impossible door is still there, but your relationship to all of it has shifted. You understand now that you're lying in your actual bed, in your actual apartment, safely asleep. This kitchen exists only in your mind, constructed from memories and imagination, having no physical reality anywhere. You've read enough to know not to get too excited, not to let strong emotions destabilize the dream. You stay calm, maintaining that gentle awareness, simply observing this state you've worked so hard to achieve. The dream remains stable around you. You can feel both your dream body standing in the kitchen and distantly your actual body in bed. The dual awareness is strange and fascinating, like being in two places simultaneously. You try the simplest form of dream control you've read about, changing something small. You look at the refrigerator, white, standard, nothing special, and decide it should be red, bright, fire engine red. You look away toward the window, holding that intention lightly, then look back at the refrigerator. It's changed. Not quite the brilliant red you visualized, more of a brick red, darker and less vivid, but it's definitely red instead of white. This small success fills you with quiet satisfaction. You've influenced the dream through simple intention. You're not just observing this altered state of consciousness, you're participating in it, shaping it, albeit in modest ways. You spend the rest of the dream, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, though time is hard to judge in dreams, simply exploring. You walk through the house, noting how it's simultaneously familiar and strange, how your sleeping mind has reconstructed it imperfectly. mixing memories from different time periods, adding elements that never existed, and creating a composite version rather than a faithful reproduction. When you try to leave through the impossible door, you find yourself in a garden that existed at a completely different house from your childhood. Dream geography follows its own rules, unbound by physical reality. You accept this without confusion or concern, simply noting it as an interesting feature of how dreams work. The lucidity ends when you make the mistake of thinking too hard about it, wondering how long you've been lucid, trying to estimate if you're breaking any personal records. The analytical thinking disrupts the delicate balance of awareness, and you slip back into ordinary dreaming, the clarity dissolving like fog in sunlight. When you wake the next morning, you immediately reach for your dream journal, capturing every detail while the memory is still fresh. You remember the kitchen, the strange hands, and the moment of recognition. You remember changing the refrigerator's colour, walking through the house and finding the garden from a different childhood home. Most importantly, you remember what it felt like. That dual awareness, that sense of being simultaneously asleep and awake, dreaming and observing dreams. Over the following weeks, you have more lucid dreams. Not every night, not even most nights, but with increasing frequency as you continue your practice. Each one teaches you something about how this state works, about your own consciousness, and about how it operates under altered conditions. You learn that strong emotions tend to wake you up, so you practice staying calm regardless of what happens in the dream. You learn that logical thinking can end the lucidity, so you stay present and observational rather than analytical. You learn that the dream responds to expectation. If you expect something to be difficult, it usually is. But if you approach dream control with easy confidence, changes happen more smoothly. You discover personal variations in how the techniques work for you. Looking away and back with intention works well for small changes, but not large ones. Spinning in the dream seems to reset things, sometimes deepening the lucidity, sometimes providing scene changes. Rubbing your dream hands together helps stabilize the dream when it's starting to fade. These are your own discoveries, techniques that work for your particular mind, even though they might not work the same way for others. Most importantly, you learn that lucid dreaming isn't really about control in the way you initially imagined. It's not about treating dreams as virtual reality playgrounds, where you can do whatever you want without consequences. The most profound experiences come not from manipulating the dream, but from simply being present in it, fully conscious in this altered state, observing how your mind creates entire worlds from memory and imagination. You start using lucid dreams for purposes beyond just having interesting experiences. When you're worried about a difficult conversation you need to have, you rehearse it in a lucid dream, trying different approaches, practicing staying calm. When you're stuck on a creative project, you bring the problem into a lucid dream and let your sleeping mind approach it from unusual angles, making connections you wouldn't think of while awake. You use lucid dreams to face fears in safe environments. You're anxious about public speaking, so in dreams you practice giving presentations to dream audiences, learning to stay calm when the old panic starts to rise. The practice doesn't eliminate the waking anxiety, but it helps, giving you a space to work with the fear when the stakes aren't real. And sometimes you use lucid dreams for pure exploration and wonder, flying through impossible landscapes, visiting places you've never been, and experiencing sensations that have no waking equivalent. You swim through the air like water, walk on clouds that support your weight, and visit Mars or ancient Rome or entirely imaginary locations constructed from your mind's own creativity. But always, underneath the specific content, there's that fundamental fascination with the state itself, the fact that you can be aware while asleep, the strange divided consciousness where you're simultaneously dreaming and knowing you're dreaming. The way this reveals something essential about the flexibility and layered nature of awareness, about how consciousness isn't a simple binary, but a spectrum of different states and configurations. You're not a monk or a philosopher or a scientist. You're just a person who's learned to pay attention to an aspect of experience that most people ignore or dismiss. But in doing so, you've discovered a whole domain of consciousness to explore, a laboratory within your own mind where you can investigate awareness, memory, perception, and the nature of self through direct experience. You're lying in bed tonight, in whatever city or town you call home, and you're connected to something ancient and strange that reaches back tens of thousands of years. As you drift towards sleep, you're participating in a quiet revolution in human understanding. The gradual discovery of how to maintain consciousness through the transition into dreams, how to become aware within sleep, and how to explore the landscapes your mind creates every night. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams is really the story of how humans learn to understand consciousness itself, its flexibility, its layers, and its capacity for awareness even in radically altered states. From those first cave dwellers who saw no firm boundary between sleeping and waking, who ran with painted animals through impossible grasslands, through centuries of Egyptian sleep temples and Greek philosophers recording their visions, through Tibetan monks practicing recognition and medieval mystics experiencing spontaneous lucidity, through Enlightenment scientists systematically observing their own sleeping minds and modern researchers finally proving the phenomenon with objective measurements, people have been fascinated by this nightly transformation we all undergo. The techniques have been refined and systematized over this vast sweep of time. Ancient Egyptians discovered that environment and intention could influence dreams, though they interpreted this through theological frameworks. Tibetan monks developed sophisticated practices for maintaining awareness during sleep, understanding lucid dreaming as preparation for death and as a demonstration that all experience is fundamentally mind-created. Greek and later European philosophers recognized that paying attention to dreams changed the dreams themselves, that the act of observation influenced what was observed. Modern sleep science has demystified lucid dreaming while also confirming its reality. We know now that it occurs primarily during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralyzed. We know that certain brain regions associated with self-awareness and working memory become more active during lucid dreams than during ordinary dreams. We know that it can be trained systematically, that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, and that individual differences exist, but most people can learn to some degree. But beneath all the scientific understanding, the fundamental experience remains what it's always been. That moment of recognition within a dream, that strange dual awareness of being asleep and knowing it, that sense of consciousness operating in an altered mode where the usual rules don't apply. What's changed dramatically is accessibility. For most of human history, lucid dreaming was either accidental or required dedication to specialized practices, months in monasteries, apprenticeship to experienced teachers, and elaborate rituals and preparations. The knowledge was limited, often kept secret, and sometimes considered dangerous or heretical. Only a relative handful of people ever learned these techniques, or even knew they existed. Now the information is available to anyone with internet access. The techniques that Tibetan monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices can be learned from websites and YouTube videos. The systematic approaches that early scientists developed through painstaking self-observation have been refined and simplified into methods that work for most people willing to put in the effort. The barrier to entry has dropped from years of dedicated practice under expert guidance to a few weeks of consistent effort following clear instructions. You don't need to be spiritually gifted or intellectually exceptional. You don't need expensive equipment or professional guidance. You just need patience, consistency, and genuine curiosity about your own consciousness. Keep a dream journal, writing down whatever you remember every morning, training your mind to maintain that bridge between sleeping and waking memory. Test reality during the day, building the habit of questioning your state of consciousness, creating a pattern that will eventually carry over into dreams. Set gentle intentions as you fall asleep, not forcing or straining, but simply planting the seed of awareness in your mind as it transitions towards sleep. Notice the moments between waking and sleeping, paying attention to what consciousness feels like during that liminal transition. The results vary considerably between individuals, and this variation is normal and perfectly fine. Some people have their first lucid dream within days of starting practice. The recognition comes easily, almost naturally, as if they'd always had the capacity but simply needed permission to notice it. Others practice diligently for months before achieving clear awareness. Some find that lucid dreams happen spontaneously and frequently once they start paying attention to their dream life. Others have occasional lucid moments but never develop reliable control or sustained awareness. These differences don't indicate failure or lack of ability. They reflect the natural variation in human consciousness, the fact that people's minds work differently, respond to different techniques, and have different baseline tendencies towards self-reflection during sleep. The goal isn't to become some kind of lucid dreaming expert, logging hundreds of controlled dreams and mastering advanced techniques. The goal is simply to explore this aspect of consciousness, to learn what your particular mind does while you sleep, and to discover what's possible for you specifically. Tonight, as you approach sleep, you might hold a gentle question in mind. What will I dream about? Or perhaps, will I recognize when I'm dreaming? The specific question matters less than the attitude of curious attention it represents. You're not demanding anything from your sleeping mind, not forcing awareness or control. You're simply leaving the door open, creating space for recognition to arise naturally if it will. The question floats in your mind as your breathing slows and deepens, as your body releases the tensions of the day, and as your thoughts begin to fragment and drift. Somewhere in that transition, consciousness shifts into a different mode. Your brain begins generating the vivid imagery and narrative that we call dreams, constructing entire worlds from memories and imagination, creating experiences that feel completely real, even though they're entirely mental constructions. Usually you'd experience these dreams without recognizing them for what they are, immersed in the narrative, accepting impossibilities as natural, feeling emotions, and making decisions within the dream logic that seems reasonable at the time but would make no sense from a waking perspective. This is the ordinary default mode of dreaming, complete immersion without reflection, consciousness without self-awareness. But perhaps, if you've been practicing the techniques, if you've built the habits of reality testing and dream journaling and gentle intention setting, tonight might be different. Perhaps at some point in your dreams, something will trigger that question. Am I dreaming? Perhaps you'll notice hands that look wrong, or text that changes when you look away and back, or an impossibility that catches your attention despite the dream fog. Perhaps you'll remember, while asleep, to check whether you're sleeping. And if that recognition comes, if you have that moment of awareness where you understand I'm dreaming, you'll be joining a tradition as old as human consciousness itself. You'll be experiencing what shamans and mystics and philosophers have experienced across cultures and centuries. You'll be touching the same mystery that ancient Egyptians explored in sleep temples, that Tibetan monks cultivated through meditation, and that modern scientists have finally proven and begun to understand. The moment itself is simple and profound. You're simultaneously asleep and awake, unconscious and aware, creating and observing your own mental experience. Your consciousness is examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. It's a state that reveals something fundamental about the flexibility of human consciousness, about how we're not locked into a single mode of being, but can shift and reconfigure, can maintain awareness across different states, and can be present and observant regardless of whether we're awake or asleep. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams isn't finished. It continues tonight, in bedrooms around the world, as people drift towards sleep with varying degrees of intention and awareness. Some approach sleep as always, paying no attention to dreams, letting consciousness shut down completely without reflection or observation. Others are practicing the techniques, building the habits, and gradually learning to maintain threads of awareness through the transition into sleep. You're part of this ongoing story now. Whether you have lucid dreams tonight or next week or next month or never, you've been introduced to the possibility. You know now what previous generations learned, that consciousness doesn't have to shut down completely during sleep, that awareness can persist in altered forms, that the boundary between waking and sleeping is more permeable than it appears. Lucid dreaming doesn't offer magic powers or access to mystical realms, despite what some enthusiastic advocates might claim. It doesn't let you predict the future or communicate with spirits or access cosmic knowledge hidden from waking consciousness. What it offers is perhaps more valuable: direct experience of how consciousness works, how awareness can persist and observe even while the logical mind rests, how expectation and intention shape reality in profound ways, how the boundary between self and experience is more fluid and constructed than we usually assume. When you become aware in a dream, you're not discovering some external truth about the universe. You're discovering something about yourself, about how your own mind operates, about the extraordinary capacity for consciousness to fold back on itself, to watch itself, to be simultaneously the experiencer and the observer of experience. This self-reflexive awareness, this consciousness of consciousness, is one of the most remarkable features of human cognition, and lucid dreaming provides a unique laboratory for exploring it. As you fall asleep tonight, you're participating in an ancient investigation into the nature of mind. Your sleeping brain will create worlds, process memories, work through problems, rehearse scenarios, and generate the vivid experiences we call dreams. And perhaps, with practice and patience, you'll find yourself aware within those worlds, conscious enough to observe, to explore, to marvel at the extraordinary machinery of your own consciousness. The control part, changing dreams, directing action, creating specific scenarios, that's interesting, but ultimately secondary. The real gift of lucid dreaming is the awareness itself, the moment of recognition, the understanding that you're dreaming while the dream continues, that strange peaceful state where you're simultaneously asleep and awake, creating and observing, lost and found in the landscapes of your own mind. Sweet dreams. And if you happen to find yourself wondering whether you're dreaming while a dream unfolds around you, if you have that moment of questioning, that brief flicker of recognition, you'll be touching something profound. You'll be experiencing consciousness examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. The answer to am I dreaming is no. Right now, as you read this, you're awake, engaged with text on a page or screen, fully conscious in the ordinary waking sense. But in a few hours, when sleep has claimed you and your mind is generating its nightly visions, the answer might be different. You might find yourself in an impossible landscape, living through an impossible situation, and some part of your mind might remember to ask that simple question. And in that moment of asking, of genuinely questioning your state of consciousness, rather than automatically assuming you're awake, you might discover the answer is yes. Yes, you're dreaming, and yes, you're aware of it, and yes, you can observe this strange state, can explore it, can learn from it, can marvel at the fact that consciousness continues even when rationality sleeps. Your mind will create entire worlds tonight. Whether you're aware of them or lost in them, whether you recognize them as dreams or accept them as reality, whether you observe or simply experience, all of this happens every time you sleep. The only question is whether you'll remember, whether you'll know, whether that spark of awareness will arise in the darkness and illuminate the fact that you're conscious even in sleep. The gift is available, the techniques work, the state is real and accessible. All that remains is practice, patience, and that gentle curiosity about what lies behind your closed eyes each night. Welcome to the dream. May you recognize it for what it is. Picture yourself settling into the evening warmth of your shelter 30,000 years ago. The fire crackles softly beside you, casting dancing shadows on stone walls that have become more familiar than any home you've ever known. Outside, the wind carries a different song than it did in your grandfather's time, sharper, colder, with an edge that speaks of changes your people are still learning to understand. You weren't born when the world began its slow slide toward endless winter. Your grandmother used to tell stories of forests that stretched beyond the horizon, of berries so abundant they stained your fingers purple for days, and of rivers that never wore their crystal armour of ice. Those tales felt like dreams, warm and impossible, told around fires that seemed smaller each passing season. The change didn't announce itself with fanfare. Nature rarely does. Instead, it whispered its intentions through subtle signs that took generations to decode. Winters stretched a little longer. Spring arrived with hesitant steps. The great herds began their migrations earlier, then later, along paths that made no sense to hunters, who had followed the same routes for countless seasons. Your people adapted the way humans always have, not with grand gestures, but with 1,000 small adjustments that felt natural at the time. When the familiar berry bushes failed to thrive, you learned which bark could be chewed for sustenance. When the streams began freezing solid, you discovered that certain stones, when heated by the fire, could be wrapped in hide and tucked against your body to ward off the bone-deep cold that crept in during the longest nights. The mammoths, those walking mountains of fur and wisdom, became your unwitting teachers. You watched them strip bark from trees with their enormous trunks and learned which varieties held the most nutrition. You observed how they used their tusks to dig through snow to reach the hardy grasses beneath, and copied their technique with your tools, crude but effective. But perhaps the most important lesson came from watching how they moved together. Never alone, always in their family groups, sharing warmth, sharing knowledge, and sharing the burden of survival. Your people had always been social creatures, but the growing cold taught you that cooperation wasn't just pleasant, it was essential. The caves you called home grew more crowded, but also more warm. Bodies pressed together meant sharing heat, stories, and hope. The elders, once content to sit apart in quiet contemplation, became the keepers of crucial knowledge. They remembered which plants could be dried and stored, which animal behaviours predicted harsh weather, and which techniques worked best for preserving meat when hunting was beneficial. You learned to read the sky with new eyes. Cloud formations that once simply promised rain now held messages about the severity of coming storms. The way snow fell, thick and wet or fine and stinging, told you whether to venture out for supplies or hunker down for days. Even the behaviour of small creatures became a language you needed to understand. When the hardy ground squirrels disappeared deeper into their burrows, you knew to do the same. The fire never went out. That became your tribe's most sacred rule, more important than any ceremony or tradition. Someone always watched the flames, fed them carefully hoarded fuel, and protected them from wind and rain, and the 1,000 things that could steal away your lifeline to warmth and light. The firekeepers developed an almost mystical understanding of wood and tinder, knowing instinctively which materials would burn longest, which would provide the most heat, and which could be coaxed into flame even when damp. As you lay here listening to the eternal conversation between flame and fuel, you can almost sense the generations of your ancestors who sat in similar spots, watched similar fires, and made daily decisions that determined whether they would see another sunrise or succumb to the cold. Their wisdom flows through you like warmth from the hearth, an inheritance more precious than any material treasure. Morning arrives with the particular silence that only deep snow can create. You wake to a world muffled and transformed, where familiar landmarks hide beneath white blankets, and every step outside requires careful consideration. This is your daily puzzle now, reading the landscape that changes overnight, learning to see opportunity where others might see only obstacle. Your feet have grown wise over the years, knowing without looking where the hidden rocks create solid footing, and where the snow might give way to reveal a twisted ankle or worse. You've learned to trust the subtle messages your body sends, the way your breathing changes in different kinds of cold, how your skin tingles when the air holds the promise of more snow, and the particular ache in your joints that means the weather will shift before nightfall. The hunting has changed, becoming more of a chess game than a chase. The large prey animals have developed their own survival strategies, clustering in sheltered valleys, growing thicker coats, and becoming more wary and difficult to approach. But you've noticed something interesting. They're also becoming more predictable in some ways. Desperation creates patterns, and trends create opportunities for those patient enough to observe and learn. You've found that tracking in snow presents both advantages and challenges compared to the mud during warmer seasons. The prints tell clearer stories, how long ago the creature passed, whether it was healthy or struggling, and whether it was alone or part of a group. However, snow also deceives, shifting and drifting, concealing tracks or generating false ones as wind patterns manipulate the accumulated powder. The smaller prey has become your specialty. Rabbits, ptarmigan, and the occasional beaver, when you can find open water, are creatures that might have gone unnoticed in times of plenty, but now represent the difference between a successful day and an empty belly. You've learned to think like them, to understand how they move through their frozen world, where they shelter, and what drives them from safety into the open where patient hunters wait. Ice fishing has become an art form in your tribe. The elders teach youngsters to read the ice like a book, where it's thick enough to support a person's weight, where the fish gather in the deeper pockets that don't freeze solid, and how to cut holes without creating dangerous weaknesses in the surface. There's a meditative quality to sitting beside these holes, wrapped in furs, waiting for the subtle tug that means dinner. But perhaps the most crucial skill you've developed is the ability to recognize what you call gift days. Those unexpected breaks in the weather when the sun shines with almost forgotten warmth, when the wind dies down to a whisper, when the world briefly remembers what kindness feels like. These days are precious beyond measure, opportunities to venture farther from shelter, check trap lines, and gather the last stubborn berries that somehow survived the latest freeze. On gift days, you can almost pretend that this endless winter might be temporary, that somewhere beyond the horizon, the world still holds green places where life continues in the old ways. But you've grown too wise to let such thoughts linger long. Hope is useful, but only when balanced with realistic preparation for what tomorrow might bring. The night sky has become your calendar and compass. With so many landmarks buried under snow, navigation relies more heavily on the stars that shine with crystalline clarity through the cold, thin air. You've learned constellations your grandmother never needed to know, and seasonal patterns that help track the slow passage of time when each day blends into the next in an endless cycle of survival tasks. Your hands have become tools as specialized as any carved implement. Your fingers can detect the difference between snow that will compact into building material and snow that will only frustrate construction efforts. Your palms can gauge the heat radiating from stones around the fire, knowing precisely when they're ready to be wrapped and used for warming beds or drying damp clothing. The rhythm of your days has settled into patterns that would seem monotonous to someone from easier times, but you've learned to find subtle variations that keep life exciting. The way morning light hits the ice formations outside your shelter changes daily, creating a natural artwork that costs nothing to enjoy. The sounds your fellow tribe members make as they go about their tasks become a familiar symphony that speaks of safety and community. Even your dreams have adapted to this frozen world, filled with images of warmth and abundance that feel less like memories and more like promises, visions of a future when the ice retreats and the world remembers how to be green again. You've become a master of the almost good enough, the nearly perfect solution, and the creative workaround that turns potential disaster into minor inconvenience. Every morning, just like every other, presents a small crisis that requires resolution, using whatever materials are readily available within your shelter's reach. Today's challenge: the binding on your best winter boot has finally given up, worn through by countless miles of walking on surfaces that would have destroyed footwear in days rather than seasons, back when replacement materials were easily found. But replacement isn't really the right word anymore. Nothing gets replaced. Everything gets repaired, repurposed, and reimagined into something that serves the same function, more or less for a little while longer. You evaluate your options with the expertise of someone who has tackled similar issues numerous times. The leather strips you've been saving might work, but they're earmarked for a repair to the shelter's door covering that becomes more urgent with each windstorm. The sinew from last week's successful hunt is already spoken for. Promise to reinforce the handles on tools that can't afford to fail at crucial moments. Then you remember the inner bark technique one of the elders demonstrated last autumn, back when such knowledge felt like intriguing trivia rather than essential survival skills. Certain trees, even in their winter dormancy, hold flexible fibres just beneath their outer bark. Finding the right tree means a cold walk through snow that comes up to your thighs, but the alternative is spending the rest of winter with inadequate footwear, which isn't really an alternative at all. The expedition becomes an opportunity to check the trap lines you set 3 days ago, a hopeful exercise that pays off more often than you might expect. Small creatures continue to move through their frozen world, following needs and instincts that make them predictable to anyone who has learned to think like prey rather than predator. You find evidence of activity, tracks that speak of desperate hunger overcoming natural caution, the kind of desperation that drives animals into situations they would normally avoid. This knowledge feels like holding a secret, understanding something about how survival changes behaviour in ways that can be anticipated and used. The bark harvesting requires patience and technique that would have baffled your younger self. If you are overly aggressive, you risk damaging the tree beyond its capacity to recover when the warmer weather returns. If you are overly cautious, you may not obtain sufficient material to justify the effort. The balance point exists in that narrow space between waste and want, the place where most of your decisions live these days. Back at the shelter, the work of preparation begins. We must process, soften, and braid the bark to make it sturdy enough to withstand another season of rigorous use. Your hands know this work intimately now, fingers moving with practiced efficiency, while your mind wanders to other problems that need solving. The food stores require constant attention and creative management. What seemed like adequate supplies when the snow began to fall now need to be stretched further than originally planned. You've learned to make soup from ingredients that would have been discarded in easier times, bones boiled until they release every possible nutrient, vegetation that provides bulk if not flavour, and combinations that work better than their individual components suggest they should. But perhaps the most important thing you've learned is how to turn scarcity into a kind of game. Discovering innovative methods to utilise well-known materials turns into a challenging task that is rewarding in its own right. Creating comfort from unlikely sources develops into a skill set that makes you valuable to your community in ways that go beyond simple survival. The evening fire becomes your workshop, a place where damaged items get evaluated for repair potential, where materials get sorted and assessed for future projects, and where the day's small victories get shared with others who understand the satisfaction of making something work when it really shouldn't. Your fellow tribe members have developed their own specialties born from necessity. One member of your tribe discovered how to make glue from fish bones and tree sap. One individual has mastered the art of weaving grass into waterproof containers. The individual who learned to predict weather changes by watching how the smoke from your fire behaves in different atmospheric conditions. These skills create a web of interdependence that makes everyone more secure. When your boot repair technique works perfectly, others learn from watching. When someone else solves a problem you've been struggling with, the knowledge becomes shared property, part of the collective wisdom that keeps the group alive. The satisfaction that comes from successful improvisation feels different from any pleasure you experienced in easier times. It's deeper, more fundamental, tied to the basic animal pleasure of continued existence. Each small solution builds confidence for facing the next challenge, creating a foundation of competence that makes even serious problems feel manageable. Tonight, as you test your repaired boot and find it solid, flexible, and ready for whatever tomorrow's journey demands, you realise that this forced creativity has changed you in ways that go beyond simple skill acquisition. You see possibilities where others might see only problems and opportunities where others notice only obstacles. The morning you wake to find the valley empty of the great caribou herd hits like a physical blow to your stomach. For 6 seasons, their migration through your territory had been as reliable as sunrise, providing meat, hide, bone, and antler. Essentially everything your people needed to survive another harsh winter cycle. But nature, as you've learned repeatedly, makes no promises about consistency. Standing at the edge of what had been their feeding ground, you read the story written in disturbed snow and scattered droppings. They were here 3 days ago, maybe 4. Then something, weather pattern, predator pressure, or simply some instinct bred into them over thousands of years, convinced them to alter a route that had seemed permanent as the mountains themselves. Your tracking party spreads out, looking for clues about which direction they chose, but the recent snowfall has obscured most signs. What remains tells a story of sudden decision, rapid movement, animals following leaders who seem to know something about coming conditions that human observers missed entirely. The implications settle over your group like cold fog. Winter still has months to run, and the stored supplies that seemed adequate when supplemented by predictable hunting now look disturbingly insufficient. This is the kind of crisis that separates surviving tribes from those that become cautionary tales told around other people's fires. But panic serves no purpose, and your people have faced resource crises before. The discussion that evening around the fire focuses on practical alternatives, immediate adjustments that can be implemented while longer-term solutions develop. Rationing becomes more strict, but not desperately so. Not yet. Hunting parties will range further, follow different patterns, target prey that requires different techniques but might be more reliable. You remember stories from your grandfather about the winter when the salmon failed to run, forcing his people to develop fishing techniques for species they had previously ignored. The winter when a rockslide blocked access to their primary gathering grounds, leading to the discovery of new food sources in previously unexplored territory. Crisis in these stories often became the mother of innovation. The small game hunting intensifies, becomes more systematic and scientific. Every member of the hunting party develops expertise in reading the subtle signs that indicate where rabbits shelter during storms, how ptarmigan move between feeding and roosting areas, which valleys provide protection for the hardy creatures that don't migrate away from winter's worst conditions. Your trap lines multiply and become more sophisticated. What started as simple snares evolve into complex systems that funnel prey toward capture points, that trigger automatically when animals pass through, that remain effective even when snow conditions change dramatically. The engineering challenges become puzzles worth solving for their own sake, mental exercises that keep minds sharp during the long dark months. Ice fishing transforms from an occasional supplement to a primary protein source. The techniques that seemed exotic when fish were merely a pleasant addition to abundant meat now become essential survival skills. Every adult learns to read ice conditions, to find the spots where fish gather in winter, and to construct and maintain the tools necessary for consistent success. But perhaps the most important change is psychological. The loss of the expected herd forces everyone to stop thinking like people who live in a world of reliable abundance and start thinking like inhabitants of a place where resources are always questionable, where backup plans need backup plans, and where flexibility matters more than efficiency. The children adapt fastest, as children always do. They turn the new hunting techniques into games, compete to see who can spot the most promising trap locations, and treat the challenge of finding food in an apparently empty landscape as an adventure rather than a crisis. Their enthusiasm becomes infectious, reminding the adults that innovation can be fun even when motivated by necessity. New alliances form with neighbouring groups. Information about game movements becomes currency traded for access to different hunting territories, knowledge about food preservation techniques, and stories about how other tribes have handled similar challenges. Isolation, which might have seemed like safety in easier times, now feels like dangerous vulnerability. The season progresses with a rhythm different from previous winters, less predictable, but somehow more intriguing. Each successful hunt feels like a small victory worth celebrating. Each new technique that proves effective becomes a gift to future generations. Each day that ends with adequate food and fuel for warmth feels like evidence that adaptation works when approached with patience and creativity. You begin to understand that the herd's absence, while initially terrifying, might ultimately make your people stronger. Dependence on any single resource creates vulnerability. Diversification creates resilience. The skills you're developing out of desperate necessity might serve you well even when, if, easier times return. The long nights provide time for planning, for sharing knowledge, and for developing the mental and social strategies that complement the practical techniques of survival. Stories become more than entertainment. They become repositories of wisdom, ways of passing along successful approaches to problems that every generation faces in different forms. By midwinter, the crisis has transformed into a different kind of normal, challenging but manageable, requiring constant attention, but no longer generating the fear that accompanied those first empty mornings in the abandoned valley. February arrives wearing its traditional mask of deception, days that hint at spring's approach, while nights that remind you winter still has teeth. Your people call this the hunger moon, when stored supplies run lowest and hunting becomes most difficult. When the gap between what you have and what you need grows wide enough to keep everyone awake, listening to their stomachs argue with their resolve. The morning ritual of inventory has become a meditation on scarcity. You count dried strips of meat that have grown steadily smaller and tougher. Examine preserved berries that looked abundant in the autumn, but now seem pitifully few, and assess the remaining cache of nuts and seeds that represent your backup plan. Mathematics has never felt so personal or so urgent. But hunger, you've discovered, is not the simple thing you once thought it was. There's the immediate hunger that follows a missed meal, sharp and demanding attention. There's the deeper hunger that comes from weeks of reduced portions, a gnawing companion that colours every decision and makes concentration difficult. And then there's what you've come to think of as smart hunger, the alert awareness that comes when your body begins operating with the heightened efficiency of an organism fighting for survival. Smart hunger sharpens your senses in unexpected ways. Sounds become clearer, smells more distinct, and visual details that would normally escape notice suddenly seem important and worth remembering. Your body learns to extract maximum value from every calorie, allowing it to function effectively on less fuel than you would have thought possible. It's uncomfortable, but it's also oddly educational. The hunting party's success rates have improved dramatically over the past month, but not in ways that would have been predictable earlier. The large game remains scarce and unpredictable, but your understanding of small prey has evolved to an almost supernatural level. You can predict with remarkable accuracy where rabbits will be moving at different times of day, which areas will hold ptarmigan after different weather patterns, and how ice conditions affect fishing success. Your trap lines have become works of art, efficient systems that seem to catch animals almost by magic, but actually work through careful observation of animal behaviour patterns. You've learned to think like prey, to understand how hunger affects decision-making in creatures whose survival depends on avoiding exactly the kind of traps you're setting. The psychological aspects of hunger management become as important as the physical ones. Mood regulation, energy conservation, and maintaining hope when circumstances suggest despair. These skills develop alongside the practical techniques of finding food. The evening gatherings around the fire serve purposes that go beyond sharing warmth and light. They become group therapy sessions where people share strategies for coping with discomfort and techniques for maintaining mental clarity when the body's running on reserves. Food preparation has evolved into high art. Every scrap gets used, every possible nutrient extracted, every meal planned to provide maximum satisfaction from minimum ingredients. Soups that would have seemed thin and inadequate in times of plenty now taste rich and nourishing. Combinations of ingredients that would never have been tried when better options were available turn out to create surprisingly satisfying meals. The children handle the situation with remarkable grace, perhaps because they lack adult memories of easier times for comparison. They approach each meal as adequate rather than insufficient, accept smaller portions as normal rather than hardship, find entertainment in the creative food combinations that necessity produces. Their resilience becomes a source of strength for adults who struggle more with the psychological aspects of scarcity. But perhaps the most remarkable change is how the community is drawn closer together. Shared hardship creates bonds that comfortable times never forge. People who might have had minor conflicts in easier circumstances now focus entirely on mutual support. Individual competitiveness gives way to group cooperation, since everyone understands that the survival of each depends on the survival of all. Information sharing becomes more complete and systematic. Successful hunting techniques get demonstrated and practiced until everyone masters them. Food preservation methods get refined through group experimentation. Even small discoveries, a new plant that can be eaten safely, a different way to prepare familiar ingredients, get communicated quickly throughout the group. The daily routine has adapted to conserve energy while maintaining necessary activities. Movement becomes more economical, with fewer unnecessary trips outside the shelter, more careful planning of essential tasks. Rest periods are scheduled to maximize recovery, work periods organized to use available energy most efficiently. Sleep patterns change in interesting ways. The long nights that once seemed oppressive now feel like opportunities for deep rest that helps the body manage stress and conserve resources. Dreams become more vivid, perhaps because the sleeping mind has fewer distractions from hunger and discomfort. Some people report dreams that seem to provide useful information about finding food or solving practical problems. As the month progresses, you begin to understand that this experience is teaching lessons that go beyond simple survival techniques. You're learning about your own capacity to adapt, about the difference between wants and needs, about how community bonds strengthen under pressure. The hunger moon is revealing strengths you didn't know you possessed, and showing you that humans can function effectively under conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. The anticipation of spring takes on meanings that city dwellers could never understand, becomes a hope so fundamental it feels like prayer. The first sign comes not through sight or sound, but through something deeper, a subtle shift in the quality of light that your winter-trained senses detect before your conscious mind processes what has changed. The snow still falls, the wind still carries its bitter edge, but something in the air whispers of transformation beginning in ways too small to see, but too important to ignore. You notice it first in the behaviour of the small creatures, whose survival depends on reading environmental cues with absolute accuracy. The Arctic foxes seem less desperate in their hunting, moving with a confidence that suggests they sense abundance coming. The ravens, those black-winged prophets of change, gather in larger groups and call to each other in patterns that sound almost celebratory. The ice on the streams begins singing different songs. Where it once groaned with the solid weight of deep freeze, it now produces subtler sounds, tiny cracks and shifts that speak of expansion and contraction, of a frozen world beginning to remember flexibility. These sounds become your morning weather report, more reliable than visual observation for predicting what the day will bring. But change in the natural world never arrives as suddenly as human impatience would prefer. Spring is not an event but a process, a gradual negotiation between winter's retreat and warmth's return. Some days bring false promises, temperatures that rise enough to create hope, followed by storms that remind you why patience matters more than optimism. The hunting changes again, requiring new strategies for prey animals whose behaviour shifts with the subtle environmental cues they're far better at reading than any human observer. Migration patterns begin to reverse, slowly and tentatively, as creatures start their gradual movement toward summer territories that have been empty and frozen for months. Your body begins responding to changes you can't quite identify. Energy levels fluctuate in new ways, sleep patterns shift, and appetite changes from the grim determination of deep winter to something that occasionally resembles actual pleasure in food. It's as if some ancient biological clock is beginning to reset itself, preparing for conditions that aren't here yet but are definitely coming. The social dynamics of your group start evolving as well. The intense cooperation forced by crisis gives way to more relaxed interactions, though the bonds forged during the hardest months remain strong. People begin talking about projects they want to tackle when movement becomes easier, plans they want to implement when resources become more abundant, and changes they want to make to improve next winter's preparations. But perhaps the most significant change is psychological. The bone-deep weariness that settled over everyone during the darkest months begins lifting, replaced by something that feels almost like anticipation. This is not a celebration, as it would be premature and potentially dangerous, but rather a cautious readiness for better times ahead. The daily routines that kept everyone sane during winter's worst now feel slightly less essential. The rigid scheduling of tasks, the careful rationing of resources, and the conservative approach to energy expenditure, these survival strategies remain important, but they no longer feel like the only thing standing between life and death. Snow conditions become unreliable in ways that are both frustrating and encouraging. Temperature fluctuations create layers of ice, slush, and powder, making navigation challenging on surfaces that were reliable for travel yesterday. But these same changes create new opportunities for hunting and gathering in areas that were previously inaccessible. The fire's behaviour changes too, responding to atmospheric conditions that shift more rapidly than they did during winter's stable deep freeze. Smoke patterns become harder to predict. Drafts create new challenges for maintaining consistent heat, but the amount of fuel needed to keep warm begins decreasing in small but noticeable increments. Equipment maintenance takes on new importance, as gear that survived winter's steady conditions faces the stress of temperature changes, moisture fluctuations, and increased activity levels. Tools that worked perfectly in consistent cold now require adjustment for conditions that change hourly. It's a different kind of challenge, less desperate than winter survival, but requiring different skills and attention. The night sky tells new stories as cloud patterns become more variable, star visibility changes with atmospheric conditions, and the aurora displays shift in intensity and frequency. Navigation becomes more complex but also more interesting, requiring adaptation of techniques that worked well during winter's predictable conditions. Food gathering opportunities begin appearing in unexpected places and times. Ice fishing remains productive but requires new techniques as ice conditions become less reliable. Small game behaviour changes as animals prepare for their own spring transitions, creating different hunting opportunities that require modified approaches. Your people begin discussing summer preparations, topics that would have seemed impossibly optimistic just weeks ago. Conversations turn toward tool repairs that can wait for better weather, shelter improvements that will require materials not yet available, and strategic planning for taking advantage of the abundance that seasonal change promises to bring. The community's mood lifts perceptibly, though everyone remains too experienced to let hope override caution. We won't forget the lessons learned during the most challenging months, but they no longer feel like the only valuable knowledge. Spring brings its own challenges and opportunities, requiring different wisdom and strategies for success. As you sit by tonight's fire, watching flames dance with the effortless confidence of a blaze that no longer requires constant feeding and anxious tending, you realize that something fundamental has shifted in your understanding of what it means to be human in a world that makes no promises about comfort or ease. The winter that seemed like it would never end has indeed ended, though not with the dramatic flourish you might have expected. Spring arrived through 1,000 small negotiations between ice and warmth, between scarcity and abundance, and between the survival strategies that kept you alive and the adaptation strategies that will carry you forward. You survived, but more than that, you learned to thrive in conditions that once would have seemed impossible to endure. Your hands have become libraries of practical knowledge, knowing without conscious thought how to assess ice thickness, how to determine which wood will burn longest in different weather conditions, and how to read animal tracks in various types of snow and soil. Your eyes have learned to see opportunities where others might notice only obstacles, to spot the subtle signs that indicate where food can be found, where shelter can be improved, and where danger might be developing. But perhaps the most important change is in how you think about security itself. The old assumptions about what constitutes safety, abundant stored resources, predictable seasonal patterns, reliable sources of everything necessary for comfortable survival, have been replaced by something more flexible and ultimately more reliable. Confidence in your ability to adapt to whatever conditions actually exist, rather than whatever conditions you might prefer. The community that emerges from this extended trial feels different from the group that entered it. Bonds forged by shared hardship create a social foundation stronger than convenience or tradition alone could provide. Everyone has seen everyone else function under pressure, contribute solutions to shared problems, and maintain hope and humour when circumstances suggested despair. These are people you know you can depend on because you've already depended on them successfully. The skills developed out of desperate necessity have become sources of pride and pleasure that extend far beyond their survival value. Trial and error led to the evolution of trap designs, which now stand as both artistic achievements and functional tools. The food preparation techniques born from scarcity have created cuisine that satisfies in ways that go beyond simple nutrition. The resource management strategies developed for survival have applications that will improve life even when abundance returns. Your relationship with the natural world has deepened in ways that might seem paradoxical to outside observers. The environment that once seemed hostile and threatening now feels like a complex partner in an ongoing negotiation. You understand its moods and patterns more intimately, and can read its signals more accurately, but you also respect its power and unpredictability more completely. It's not that nature has become friendly, it's that you've learned to be a more worthy participant in its ongoing processes. Your mind is already shaping the stories that will unfold during this era. These are not tales of heroic conquest over natural forces, but rather tales of successful adaptation, creative problem-solving, and community resilience. These stories will serve future generations not as entertainment, but as practical wisdom, templates for handling challenges that will inevitably arise in different forms. Sleep comes easier now, not because conditions have become completely comfortable, but because you've learned to find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. Your dreams have also transformed, now brimming with imaginative visions of unexplored possibilities, instead of fearful scenarios of things going wrong. The future feels like something you can engage with actively rather than something that simply happens to you. The morning rituals that once focused primarily on assessment of resources and planning for survival now include time for appreciation of beauty, for pleasure in simple accomplishments, and for anticipation of projects that serve purposes beyond mere necessity. Life has regained some of its richness, even while remaining grounded in realistic awareness of what the world actually offers, rather than what it might ideally provide. As the fire settles into the steady burn that will carry warmth through the night, you understand that this experience has prepared you for whatever comes next in ways that go far beyond the specific skills of Ice Age survival. You've learned to pay attention to subtle changes, to respond creatively to unexpected challenges, and to find satisfaction in making the best of whatever circumstances actually exist. Tomorrow will bring its own puzzles and opportunities, small crises and unexpected gifts. But tonight, surrounded by the quiet breathing of your sleeping community, warmed by fire and furs and the deep satisfaction of another day successfully navigated, you rest in the knowledge that humans are remarkably capable creatures when they need to be, and that you are, in all the ways that matter, remarkably and wonderfully human. Outside, the world continues its ancient conversation between challenge and adaptation, between the difficulties that test survival and the creativity that makes survival worthwhile. You've learned to speak this language fluently, and that knowledge will serve you well in whatever seasons lie ahead. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari, amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke up short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realized he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumor has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognized their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticized heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritizing technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defense pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognized that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong castle defences, especially the imposing Inabeyama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabeyama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its luster, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilizing Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding swords and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily. Yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernizing general who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognized him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image. Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji. Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered. For centuries, Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved. offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces, especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armor, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theater, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai forward de form. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai. A blacksmith leading warriors? Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognized that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimized his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognized that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narrators contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, a formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralize wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalized his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success. The capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realized in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mold, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. On September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masks and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend. Though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory, Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed, commerce thrived in relative security, courtiers staged elaborate masques celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Long-time advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, She repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. that humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward. forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked, land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet, just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Kaffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Kaffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience, in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying, not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Kaffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Kaffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Kaffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade, where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Kaffa thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium, then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Kaffa was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. Different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent. Arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars, anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly. Not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatized to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally, the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased, and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics. Rats, thriving on unguarded stores, scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy: nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge. But even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. Religious institutions faced particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The Great Quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death. But it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit, and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni, 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible, and let's blame people who are already marginalized and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognizing the accusations as false, but mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalized religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasizing personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The dance of death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses, medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganising agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties, though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented, but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experience lower mortality, but still face severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries, making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies, and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353, the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom. If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The peasants' revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Watermills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreak seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognised that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organization. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, about 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic: your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, when restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, you're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty, and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralised governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, but the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact, every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health. Measures that you saw during COVID echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe. But it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the age of exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient. that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, the peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, you might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams. Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a bootblacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he'd disguised the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Southwark. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts, and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He'd glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life. For periodicals, using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialized comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the Cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational Boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens. triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels, as he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity. The public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, in 1840, intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles, or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later, enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognised the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852 to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggishly court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sales soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the Times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation, urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialized form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens's own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens's emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes, he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens's health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice. His family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. "I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format." He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about ageing in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms, and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilize finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities. Though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues, he privately recognized the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings. Yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations, and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences, outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, fans scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatized Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy. Overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce, they disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, his comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs. letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses or the cruelty of child labour galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens' name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens' method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalized rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself.